Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Charlie is ready. How about you? How's everyone doing? Charlie is, he really does. He gets up for this. He knows when it's time and he jumps up here all on his own. So we're gonna keep Charlie away from the Thunderbolt cables today. How's everyone doing? Hi, Breckle and Chuck and James and PF Dennis and Mark and Justin, and Aaron. Hey, DJ Natty and Michael and Exodus and Delmar. Hey, Nick. Hey, Steven. How's everyone doing? Hey, Paul from Germany and Stefan and, what is that, Don or Dan and Squirrel Brain? Can't read, I think it's Dan. Hey, Shawdell. Hi, Bearcool. Black Lantern and Beartastic. Martin the Engineer. Member for 2 months, thank you. Palfest and Projects in Dad's Garage. Jaeger. How's everyone doing? Hi, Danny. Hi, BA. Hey, Christian. Steve. We're starting a Micron build today, and we'll talk about what that is and what it's gonna take. Hi, Timo. Hey, Christopher and Roy and Panzerkaden. Tech Dad and Rebel Angel. Jorg. How's everyone doing? Oh, freshly hot coffee. Okay. Panzerkaden, Micron, member for 5 months, thank you. That's not food, Charlie. He's rubbing on the V0.2. Hey, Zenbender. Hey, Nutty and Rushmere and Sean. Whew. So I think I figured out my stuff. Whoa, Bill Brothers, thank you for the gifted memberships. I think I figured out, there was a member stream yesterday, and there were 2 issues. One, I had a different volume level depending on what camera I was on. And I think I figured that out. I just deleted some extra stuff that was in there that might have been causing it. Hey, Golden Jaguar. Hey, Bigger Fish. And then I bumped my laptop and the whole stream went down. I mean, the whole system went down. I don't know what actually fixed that, but it came up after the second power cycle and I went through and just replugged in all the cables. So we are good. Hey, Dead Bob. I spent all morning watching Ender conversion videos. Decided halfway to a switch wire, so why not finish the conversion? There you go. Oh, here we go. Are you kidding? Thanks for being a member. Good to see you're back in business. Yep. We will be using Boop with this. That's the plan anyway. We are planning Boop and CAN and all the good stuff. Hey, Steve and Point Blank. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Now, we may end up interrupting this build because there will be some parts coming in to upgrade a V0.1 to V0.2. And that's pretty topical right now. There's a lot of that going on, so I figured folks might want to see that. So that'll be a little 1 or 2 week diversion. Hi, Jordan, Jason. Welcome all the new members. Let me get this Filament giveaway link posted. There we go. The link is also in the description, and in a moment it'll be pinned. So, Polymaker's been nice enough to offer to allow me to give away a spool of filament every stream. So that will be pinned here in just a moment. There we go. That should be pinned. How's everything working? All the sound working? Let's switch over to another camera. Let's switch over to another camera and see if the volume changed. It shouldn't have changed. I think I fixed this. So the problem before was in this over shoulder camera, and my tests show that it didn't. You're not allowed, Scott. Yep. Waiting for a full LDO micro kit. So let's get into what we're doing, what this build series is all about. So this is a Micron, which is a miniature, basically a small Voron 2.4. And this was developed by Hart K. And this was done a good while ago. He's been working on it for a long time and he's done a really good job on it. A job to the point that LDO and others have made kits for them. Now, this is not a full kit. This is a partial kit. You don't get the whole experience like you do with a Voron 2 or a Trident or Voron 0. With the extra documentation and different parts. This is really a starting point to enable you to build the Micron as it's released by Hardk. So I believe this is, you would reach out to your local LDO distributor for sourcing this, so inquire about it. I imagine they've kind of done a test run. I imagine that they will respond to requests, so to demand. So all sounds the same today. Awesome. So I had some extra scenes in there, and it's all based on some of the interview stuff I've done, and the other garage I set up some different things a little differently, and I'm sure something in there got in the way. So. You got the notification too? What? Oh, I don't know. I don't recall seeing any notification. Are we talking about Polymaker giveaway stuff? I've just assumed. I haven't entered one of those since before I was giving them away, because I just figure, you know, I get enough stuff. I don't need to, I don't enter a lot of things. I entered all the Joel stuff, but I don't enter most of the others. Hey, Collie, AR3D Remy. Part has a thing for mini V2s. You guys build a model V2. Yes, the 5x5 extrusion thing is awesome. Oh, on the Polymaker Discord? Okay. What hot end and extruder? Right now I'm planning a Revo Voron and mini stealth burner. So. Oh, I did get some of that new stuff, Scott. Yeah. Hey, Fizzy Stick. So, yeah. So I am in the beginning stages of a little bit of a change of heart. Just an FYI on setting up a Discord. I don't want this Discord to be a big giant beast. But the main reason, the main purpose I'm hearing already in here about notifications is YouTube notifications are for the birds. So the whole point will be to enable, for those that want, for those that opt in, to get notifications through there. So, especially for the member streams, those notifications do not seem to be consistent. This will be, everything here is labeled as a 160, but the actual size will end up being about 180 millimeters, about. So, hey BBs. Yeah, Timo, they seem to be very inconsistent though. Sometimes they work for folks and sometimes they don't. So an extra ping, if somebody wanted a email notification, I believe you could go to forum.vorondesign.com and look in the self-promotion in my thread and get email notifications when that's updated, because I should be updating that and I miss it sometimes, but I'm gonna try to get better about it. So, hey John. No need for notification, just check YouTube every day. Just sit there on YouTube every day, all the time. Is an 8 GB card enough for Clipper and main cell, or should I go for 16? I think 8's fine. Trying a new setup today, got me on the living room TV and surround sound. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna try to get Charlie into his spot and see if he will settle there, because I cannot do unboxing stuff. Oh, old cat. Hey Gary, welcome. Hey Matt. Would you have a channel on the Voron Discord folks could opt into? I can see how that may be problematic. It would be, because I don't want to leverage my status on that Discord. I don't want to get intermix. There are over 30, maybe close to 40,000 people on that Discord, many of which do YouTube. So if you let me do it, then who else should we let do it? It's not worth that discussion. So, Give Charlie one of the boxes. Looks like he's gonna settle in. I'm printing my second try for a Rapido LGX Mini Stealth Burner, fitting for Boop. Awesome. I'm getting one of those Kingston, I hope it lasts longer. You're having cards that aren't lasting long. I haven't had a single card fail unless I accidentally broke it. So, an LDL Micron. Just in the nick of time, I was looking for a 160 to 250 printer for specific farm use. Cool. I'll add Charlie to the stream as soon as he settles. He's being a little inappropriate right now. Okay. So there's this thing that's kind of evolved. It's called Printers for Ants. And there is a site for that. 3dprintersforants.com. Let's see. Control C. Let's at least put a link there. 3dprintersforants.com. And I don't know exactly the footprint size of this. We should get to a point where we have a basic frame built today so we can measure it. My granite plate is about 2 foot square. So 3D Printers for Ants, it's a bunch of, it kind of started with mods for V0s and small versions of the Vorons. So there are, like I said, there's V0 mods, there's this Dueling Zero, which is really cool, dual extruder setup, and Double Dragon is an IDEX V0, and then things that add triple lead screws to V0s. And what do we have here? This is a belted, kind of like a floating gantry V0. And there's another triple belted V0. But then there's scratch builds, and what we're doing is a scratch build. So Micron is basically a 1515 extrusion Voron 2.4. And there have seriously been questions about, hey, can we take a Micron and use 2020 for it instead? Yeah, it's called a V2.4. And then Solid Fork. So if you were around in the August timeframe, we built a Solid Fork on channel, which, by the way, I've changed my whole network. I went to a Ubiquiti setup, and the Wi-Fi on that, the Wi-Fi as it is, as I built it on that Solid Fork, works. 100% signal. I connected to it, no problem. I don't know. I'm glad about that though. I can get moving back on polishing up that build. Will any of these AMP printers be officially accepted by Voron Design? Probably not. Probably not, but they are awesome and very well done offshoots, forks of the project. So anyway, Solid Fork, Micron, what else we got? Barely Bigger. So we got basically a Tiny M with 2020, and then Tiny T is just a smaller form factor Trident, using a mini stealth burner instead of the stealth burner. So this is where we're going to be. There are links to all the info. Basically, there's also a 3D Printer for Ants GitHub. Look at that logo. Isn't that cool? I don't know who came up with that, but I know they had a contest, and I like where it ended up. But this is the GitHub for the various projects. And if we go to Micron, there is information here. Steve, they're kind of accepted because you can get the Voron serials for them. Yeah, but it's kind of that gray area. So we're super loose with the serial system. We want it to be unique, but if you're taking the time to go through this, then we're trying to be very inclusive with that. So that's kind of the thing. The Micron without panels is a little over a foot square by, what is that, about 16 inches tall. Looks like. Hey, zombie. Never added that logo. So this is the CAD render. I believe this might be a render of a 120 build, but still. Did you do the dual color mini stealth burner with the Printers for Ants logo? I'm planning on it, Delmar. That's if you see in the background here, I've got Tridex in its spot, and I've put the side panels. I need to put the door on, and then I'll be ready to print some ABS on it and give it a try. So. What do we have? We have a boop is basically a nozzle probe solution in the same vein as tap. It's just miniaturized for the mini stealth burner size. Policy is very nice. Inclusive printers, yes. What's the main difference between Micron and F0? I think F0 is really based around the pieces for from a Voron 0, where Micron isn't restricted to, it's just a little bigger. I think F0 is centered around the 120 build plate. I admit I'm not intimately up to date with all of the printers for ants. I've gone through looking for some because I think it would be cool to build some of them in the future, but those are just like thoughts right now, not even plans yet. So boop will not work for the V0. So there's a couple of reasons. The V0 is a cantilever bed, so it will likely impact your measurements, and there is not enough Y travel. You would have to extend the tool head forward. You would lose a lot of Y travel. Let me know how you like the gold Polymaker Pet G. I didn't get the gold Polymaker Pet G. I got the gold ABS. So, okay, we need to get on this. So I'm gonna start here. So we have some full kits that are available from DFH, Funzor, that's listed here on the GitHub. There is a bomb, and there is a link of thanks for folks that have helped with this project. There's a Patreon for Kyle or Heart K, and based on the Voron 2.4. So if we come up here, there's a little bit of documentation, but otherwise we're gonna mostly be using CAD. I think we can get away with all the documentation today though, because I forgot to start up Fusion 360 on this computer and get it up to date. Hi, Lewis. So there's a little bit of a manual here, and Heart K is working on it. I all can only hang out briefly waiting on others to get started here. Thanks for being here, Chris. The fact that Voron Design is developing Boop, whose only use is in non-Voron official printers, indicates their implied acceptance. Yeah, so I think Yuri is the lead on Boop. So I think he's working on that as a Printers for Ants project though. So, but it doesn't really matter. We're all just having fun. We're all just having fun. Okay. So, assembly manual, kind of in the style of the Voron manuals. I am going to go ahead and download this because it's going to end up, GitHub will only load a few pages and then you have to do more, and sometimes it doesn't work well. So let's open this way. And that means we can zoom in a bit. Will Boop have a Yuri mode edition? It should. The whole thing is Yuri mode. Boop's nickname Betty. I get that reference. How many others get that reference? Although, honestly, that's a reference even before my time. Okay, so we have documentation. Now, I believe that this cuts off at a certain point in the build process, but that's okay. We can get past it. So one thing I did try, I changed the latency on the stream. For some reason, I was set to normal, so I changed this to low. So hopefully we get a little snappier response on chat versus what I'm seeing and what you're seeing me do. And did you see Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Of course, I've seen that many, 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 many times. That came out right in the prime of my childhood. Or teenagerhood. What year was that released? Got tap valve installed, built a wiring harness to plug into my existing, included the resistor. Power plate today. Hopefully the smoke stays inside. Yes. Oh yeah, Betty Boop was in it, that's right. 1988. Yep. So I was almost a teenager. What complexity do you expect on this build versus 2.4? A little more. I mean, it is 1515 extrusion. I haven't confirmed. I'm sure there are some captured nuts in there. So. Okay, all the stuff. Where do we start in the build? We are going to start with the frame. So. I think I missed it. What board are you going to use for the Micron? I didn't mention, but so for this build, LDO provided the Micron partial kit, which is frame, steppers, linear rails, some motion stuff with bearings and things, a fastener kit, or a bag of fasteners, and panels, and a build plate. There's a build plate and surface and stuff like that. What's not included are the electronics. So Big Tree Tech supplied a Manta M8P and a CB1 for this. I'm supplying the EBB 36 tool head board I'm going to use in this build. And I have a UHP power supply that I'm going to use for this. And what else is in the... Fabrico is supplying the stuff for Boop because he wants to see the package of parts that are needed for that. So those are actually on the way. And I think that's about it. I supplied a display. I'm going to try to use this little 3.5-inch capacitive touchscreen that I bought. So this is, so Dentox, I do have the correct rails for Boop coming. That's part of the whole little thing that Fabrico's sending. Oh, hot end, I'm gonna use, I bought a Revo Voron for it. And then I have the bits and pieces for a mini stealth burner extruder setup. I might have to find some fans. I'm not actually 100% sure I have all the right fans. And this is labeled as a 160. If we look here, this is labeled as 160, but it's really, it fits a 180. There's kind of some confusion, at least on my part, on what Micron supports sizes. So. Okay, where are we at? So, yeah, printed parts. So I opted to go with Sparta 3D Sparkle Lemon Yellow for the accents and the Obsidian Black for the main. So those are all printed. I've got a build plate in here, a little box of miscellaneous stuff, including printed parts. What is the total build cost? I have no idea, mister. I'm sorry, I have no idea. Because it is kind of a grab it from a bunch of different areas. I'm not exactly sure what the expected, if you were to reach out to an LDO distributor, what that would be. So, BF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Ander. Let's see, and the yellow hex tray for the new project. Now, there is not a yellow hex tray for the new project because I intended to build a Prusa Mini kit on the member stream yesterday. And I opened the box and it was one of the partially assembled or almost completely assembled version. So I had printed a hex tray for the parts I was going to use. I was going to build it with ABS parts. I was going to use Polymaker light blue and Polymaker dark gray ABS for the parts. So I printed a hex tray for that. So this poor hex tray didn't get used. So in order to make it feel better, we're going to use that hex tray for this build. But we still spent 4 hours playing with the Prusa Mini yesterday. That will be live for everybody, public, before the next one releases. So after about 30 days, I make the member streams public, so nobody misses out. You just get a little bit of a special time. Blake, thanks for becoming a member. Is this a kit or pre-assembled Micron? It is a partial kit. It's not even a full kit. It's a partial kit. So I had to source a bunch of other parts, and I got them from various places. I bought some, I was given some. I just went through all that. If you back up about 10 minutes. Thanks for being a member, Clint. Okay, so we're going to get busy on this because we are. Oh, and real quick, the Polymaker giveaways pinned in chat, and also a link is in the description. Let's see if we're getting some entries. We are getting entries. We're getting good entries. I do my giveaways. You must be here to win, but I do them at the 3-hour mark of the stream. So you know when it's going to be. You don't have to wait around if I'm going long on a stream, that kind of thing. So that's my compromise. I like people to be here. I like to congratulate them as in person as possible, and that's where that's at. So at the 3-hour mark, folks will remind me. We'll get that drawing done. Where else does Polymaker do giveaways? I know they do them on Nero streams and on Modbot Army streams, and a bunch of others, but I don't know the full list. Zombie can probably help with that. So let's sort out the extrusions. Let's get rid of some of these boxes I'm not gonna need for a bit. Let's get that one here, this one here. Lots of Twitch streams. I try Twitch. I just don't get it. It's not me. The Twitch interface kind of bugs me. If you leave the window and come back, you don't see any chat history, which is like, I want to see what was talked about. If I accidentally close the window and I miss something, I want to see what I missed. Hey, Pushing Plastic. I'm going to be using the dual color blue-green Polymaker I1. Awesome. I'm just going to do this because this is easier. So space gray frame. Space gray is all the hotness now. You need to wait to print the boot parts because there's a small mistake in the X carriage part. The mounting hole space needs to be something different. Yeah, I'll be paying attention to that. I'm probably at least, especially with the V0.2 interruption that we're going to have, I'm at least a few weeks away. So there's a lot of time for things to get sorted on boot. Yeah, I do try to jump in on the Twitch streams. I don't seek them out though. If I see someone going live, I'll try to jump in and give it a shot. See if it grows on me, but yeah. Not sure if you brought it up already, but the Positron newsletter mentioned you had a kit coming. Any fun details you can share? I have a Positron. I have printed with it. Where is it? I have printed with it. I printed a small benchy. I will be doing a special live stream on that. So it's exciting. So I'm gonna have a guest. We gotta sort out all the details and time, so all that's to be determined. But we're gonna talk about the Positron and beta tester on that, so. If you angle those extrusions just right, they look black and in just the right angle, yeah. And on a steep angle. Oh boy, I'm gonna get yelled at by Sean's wife here if I don't get this set up though. Here we go. Okay. Sean, I didn't know if you were actually here when I said that, but I see you did chat. Where can I find info on the boop you've been talking? So in the description is a link to the Doom Discord. So a lot of the printers for ants discussion and Tridex, that kind of stuff is on the Doom Discord. So that's probably the best place to figure things out. Okay, these must be the corner extrusions. So it's gonna be yay tall. You can tell how tall from there, right? What is that one? Okay, we got extrusions like that. We've got a map. So we're gonna need all of these. I don't know what these are. These have a cross-drilled hole. Seem almost silver. It is. It's not quite the raw aluminum silver. It's a little darker. And really, it does change depending on the light, the way the light's hitting it. Oh, those are bed extrusions. Those aren't actually identified on that there. So we'll move those over there. That's right, because these don't use a little angled bracket. They bolt directly to the frame. Kind of more of a gunmetal, yeah. Okay, and then we got a bunch of ones that are threaded on both ends. Oops, let's go back to here. There. That one is not threaded on the ends, so I'm gonna put that up to the side. These are threaded. And these are threaded. So all of these are all that length. Then we've got two, those are not threaded, so those go over there. And then the other two here. Okay. And those are not threaded. So this is gonna probably be the rear gantry, and this is probably the X, is my guess. And these are probably the Y. Hey, Doom Paints, we're building a Micron, which is a printer for ants. It's a miniature Boron 2. Okay, so getting the extrusions together. We kind of got them sorted out. I'm gonna lose the mat here so we have a nice flat surface in a second. And we're gonna set up some, okay. So we're not really ready here. We're gonna do some linear rail cleaning and greasing, I guess. Muted? Oh, it was you. Okay, good. Okay, we're gonna need to clean up some rails. So I've got a rail kit here, and we have a MGN9C rail that would have been for X, but since I'm going boop, we're not gonna use this one. So I'm gonna set that aside. And then we have a whole bunch of MGN7s. And it also has some little cartridge assist things, which I actually probably won't use. That's for taking the rails off, or the cartridges off, without losing the bearings. Did you print the nut holder mod for the nuts in the 1515? I did. I printed 160 of them. I did it in 2 batches of 80, and they took about 40 minutes each on my V0.2 there. I got a whole bunch of them. Hey, don't knock it. I had a dream last night of setting up a printer for the first time and panicking as I pressed the home button and watching the nozzle just miss the bed. Ooh. Hey, Mr. Joddy. Hey, don't knock it. Okay, so we got a bunch of these, and where's my scissors? Grab these. Oh, I disturbed Charlie. Are the 1515 drop-in nuts for sale yet separately? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to get paper towels. Here we go. DFH has them? Oh, awesome. So I think these are all the same length. I'm not sure though. Hey, Jason. Hey, Gamers World. More trash. Oh, there's stop plugs on those rails. Yes. Yep. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. I am. I had a fun member stream yesterday and doing a build today. And then after this, I'm gonna try to go play with the CNC. We'll see. I might have to do some cleanup instead. Scotty Dog, thanks for being a member. Okay. I have my grease, and hopefully I have enough in there. It doesn't take much, and I like to use some sort of pen to mark the orientation on these, so I get them back on the same way. CNC, yeah. What have I CNC'd? I CNC'd some panels, some ABS, 1/8 inch ABS panels for a ender wire conversion I'm working on for my father-in-law. So I need to tram the gantry though, because it is off, but it was good enough to get some panels done. So, okay. So let's see here. Let's get some space. Every carriage I've ever seen has a line on one side. This is just a good indicator I use. I just mark the ends on that side so I get the carriage back on the same way. I'm just gonna go through and mark these. This wipes off pretty easy, so. I don't know how important this is, but this is just something I do. This will be a 180 micron, or thereabouts. So we're gonna work on one of these at a time. And the basic idea, I'm just gonna take those off temporarily, roll this off the end. Now I can take the rail and use my thumbnail and just make sure I get any remaining crap out of the groove there. These don't have a lot of, these are stainless, so I don't think they really drench them in the, I don't think they really drench them in the protective oil, but can you use Prusa mini parts to build a Micron? You can use, the only thing you can really use is the bed. And I think there's some parts out there and some guidance on how to use the bed from a Prusa Mini on a Micron. Why can't we get pre-cleaned and lubed rails? Apparently the Honey Badger rails from Fabrico are pre-cleaned and lubed. So here is an MGN7 rail with all those teeny tiny bearings in there. Now we're gonna be very careful, and I think I'm going to, because you're just gonna see the back of my head, because I need to be able to see well. So I think we're gonna go for this angle instead, and my glasses. And then it's just a matter of taking this and just push a bead of grease in there, and I do it on both sides. And then I kind of roll my finger along here very carefully. And I watch to make sure I don't accidentally push any bearings out, but you can kind of roll the bearings along into that channel. And I go as much to where I've basically put all that row of bearings that I just greased up into the channel, and I'll do it on the other side. Do this over something where the bearings aren't going to go flying. So something like that, and then another little thing of grease, and I let it ooze. So I'm just gonna push this in with my finger. And that's it for that. So now I'm gonna identify the groove here. And right there. So now I put my thumb across the whole carriage and then just roll this on. Slide it off the end of my thumb, and I get really good luck with doing that. So then that one's done. What's the reason you're not lubing up through one of the holes in the mounting rail? That's messy. It works. Do it. If you're more comfortable doing that, do that. It ends up with a lot of extra grease though. I would highly recommend doing that if that's what you're comfortable with. So, Apex peppers. Now we'll just move on to the next one. Is the lithium grease good for that? Sure. I'm using the this many lifetime supply. Even at my build rate, this many lifetime supply of Mobile Lux EP2. I think this will last me as long as I'm building printers and printer-like devices. Hey, Joker Nut. Yeah, functional grease ports would be nice, but these are small. I don't think there is for these. So now we're gonna slide this off the end. Right, like that. Then wipe, use my thumb, get any little bits out of the groove of this. I didn't really think about it. It's been a while since I've done a build like this. I should have done some of this, at least some of these off camera, but we're just gonna have to bear with it and do all of them. Sorry if this is off topic, but I found an LDO switch wire frame for about half price. What do you think? Get the LDO frame or use the Ender 3 frame? Get the LDO frame. Absolutely. This second Ender wire that I'm building, the frame was terrible. I had to do so much work to get everything lined up. It was not great. So any chance to use a better frame, I would take. Bear with us while we grease the bearings. Okay. My stops in. Don't want to drop one of these. Just work our way through. I'm needing to edit Dark Dog's files to work with standard Ender 3. Yeah, because it has a 2040 center extrusion instead of a 4040. Yeah, there's not a lot because I'm pretty sure because these are stainless, there's not a lot of packing oil on them. So. I use tubes of that grease weekly working on cars and always forget to refill my syringe. Yeah. I'm gonna have to refill this one, I think, before I'm done here. We'll see. It doesn't use a lot. You just get it in. You just barely get it in there. And then I just wipe off the extra and kind of push it back into the bearings. Hey, Munjan. So that is there. Go right like this. Oh, so see there? I lost a bearing. So I'm gonna pull this out and I see what side that's on. So I'm gonna take my little screwdriver. I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna pop that back into place. There we go. There. Just take it easy. Don't make every move in one movement, right? I felt that as I was doing it and stopped. Unfortunately, the grease there kind of holds it in place anyway, so it's not likely to go flying. Magic Phoenix made their repo for their in-development IDEX 2.4 public. Neat, I'll have to check that out. If you print out the rail tool from the tap kit, it works well to load and unload the mounts off the rails. Yep. Hey, Pushing Plastic, thanks for being a member. If you're missing a bearing, how many bearings can you have without it working? I wouldn't lose more than, I'm just gonna be arbitrary here. I wouldn't feel comfortable running it with more than 2 missing. But that's probably dependent on the size of the rail and because basically you need, at any point, if you had a maximum gap here, you need enough to support. If there were half of those missing, you could potentially have them all bunched up on one side, and then you'd have the potential for this to rock. So you need enough for this to go past at maximum. If all of those are pushed to one side, you want it probably at least 2/3 of the way across. So, hey DeWitt. So yeah, like I think the others are saying in chat, I wouldn't go more than 2. But just be methodical with this, or push it through a screw hole if you're not comfortable with it. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just messier. I had a little extra, so I'm just going to put that right into that bit. Okay. Lining up my mark I made. Now this did come with these little things, so we can try using one of these. We can put this on here. I mean, it's the same thing. If we're gonna put this on here, we might as well put it straight onto the rail, but still, this is how they can come. And then you can, let's see, like that, and just push that off with the rail. Just like that. I'm comfortable using my thumb and it's quicker for me. So that's what I'm gonna do. Only 2 more to go. So this is going nice and quick. These would be the Y rails. Hey John, thanks for gifting the memberships. I thought you were supposed to run it onto those directly from the rail. Yes, but if it's on here, how am I going to grease it? So when I'm taking it off anyway to get to the bearings to grease it. So there's that. Hey, Battalion. I might get through it with just this bit of grease that I add in here. They don't take much. So I can get this onto my finger and then scrape across to get any extra little bits back in there. Roll these. It doesn't take a lot of pressure. If you just kind of roll your finger across here, a clean rail. Now, if this wasn't clean, you would have spots. So one of the reasons I can tell these are nice and clean and new rails is I'm able to move these bearings in just by kind of rolling over them. And there, I just popped a bearing out. So I'm just gonna move this back over. Let me get my screwdriver in here and just push it back in there. I got a little too aggressive with it. So you gotta be light. A light touch there is good. If it's a tap carriage holder add-on tool thing, you had ports and a solid construction, maybe it could be modified into a carriage grease contraption. That would be interesting. I wonder if something could be made that would work well for greasing these. A little printed tool for greasing stuff. That's a good idea. Okay, so that one's done. Right onto here. And then I push my thumb into there and then just kind of slide my thumb off. And for the most part, that keeps it good. Hey Keith, what am I using for grease? It's Mobilux EP2. I got it from my local Granger, which is a US industrial supply type place. So is the X-Rail different? The X-Rail is different. It's MGN9. Now for a regular mini stealth burner setup with like clicky or something, it is MGN9C. I'm going to build this with Boop, which is an upcoming tap for the small printer, not V0. So it needs an MGN9H. I didn't lose a ball bearing. I didn't. I promise. I will double check, but I was looking. There could be a reflection somewhere, but I'm pretty confident I didn't lose one. Oh, there's one. There we go. Is Boop a real thing? Yep. You saw one flying away. I don't think so. I didn't, I mean, I'm right here on it, and I think I would have saw it. I could be wrong, but if it was one, that's fine. Not great. I want to avoid losing even one, but we got a timestamp. I'll check it out later. See what it was. top right corner of my view. Well, it's hard for me to see top right corner of my view. I don't see anything. I'm looking all over. I think I would be able to see it, but it's possible I didn't. There is a little piece of paper there. Yeah, I think we're okay. Okay. Yep, there's a bearing right there. Let me get that one back in there. Hold on. This one is giving me trouble. There we go. In there. Here's what we'll do. We'll grab this little piece. There we go. See you, Domenico. Balls are stainless steel. Some stainless steel is non-magnetic. This is true. But I see nothing on my plate. If I come across anything, I'll let you know. But this feels good. Yeah. Okay, so those are done. We are greased. Back over there. I see nothing on my plate or anywhere near it. I didn't hear anything. What size micron am I building? This will end up with about 180 millimeter build area. It will be using Prusa Mini sheets, which is nice, considering I just built a Prusa Mini. Yep, I see nothing here. I'm gonna grab a fresh paper towel so I don't get grease all over my mat here. And all of these feel the same. Belt, yes. Those are big giant air quotes on the belt. I'm just seeing if any of these feel any smoother than the others. Oops, I lost a little. I was too aggressive and lost a little bump stop. Assembled, yes. I'm gonna grab that one. And it's really hard. I think these are basically the same. I'll grab that one. Those are gonna be my Y. And I'm gonna save these for X. Is there any rumors of LDO making a complete Micron kit? The concern I think that LDO would have with making a complete kit is when you do a complete kit, there's that extra level of documentation and support. So wiring LDO likes to do the next level, right? So you've seen it in their V0 and the V2 and the Trident kits, where they spend quite a bit of effort on wiring. And that is a lot of work. I think the whether they're going to do that, I would imagine, is dependent on how popular this partial kit is. They get a lot of requests for that. They would then take that to consider whether they would want to do a full kit, put that effort in. Yeah, exactly, Christian. 80% takes 20% of the effort, the remaining 20% or 80% of the effort, yep. Is it assembly if you print parts? Or it's all assembly unless you're smelting ore. Okay, where are we at? Now we can get back to the instructions. We have some printed guides. And where did I put those? Got some guides. Oh, there's one. There should be 2 of these in here. It's that and that. It's that. Why is Charlie sleeping upside down? He contorts himself into all kinds of positions. So, let's see. The Z rails are mounted to the 300 millimeter extrusions. Are those 300? Those look taller than 300. Before assembling the frame, load the M2 nut traps to secure the Z rails. Screw the nut traps to the rails, and that little piece does there. Okay, so we are going to use these rails. Those are the same either way. And then I'm going to grab a bunch of these printed. See, this is another one of those things. On a full kit, LDO would probably make these out of metal like they do with the V0. But now we get to also use the hex tray and start sorting out some of this hardware I'm gonna need. So these are hex nuts, M2 hex nuts. Let's go here. And then, what are these gonna do? M2 by 6s. Find the M2 by 6, M2 by 6. Those guys. I think that's all we need for right here. That is correct. At least you get to use the tray for more than 2 bolts. Exactly. I just couldn't let that tray be a not really build one-hit wonder, so. Okay, so we're gonna place these in here. I'm gonna go every other one, starting from the outsides. And start populating these strips before I realized LDO included the metal rails. Yeah, those metal rails are kind of nice, huh? Oops, I missed one. I put one in the wrong spot. That one and that one will be wrong. Oops, these don't fit super tight, so I just knocked them all out. These are printed, yes. Okay, every other one. and it works out even. So now being careful, you take that, and put it in the end here, and that should lock all those in. We're gonna do that 4 times. Do 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 do. Why did that not go? Oh, because I put it in the wrong one. I gotta pay more attention. We'll wait to the party. Hey, R. Chapman. Okay, all of those are in there, so then carefully to the end of there. That's 2 of them. There we go. Interesting, I always thought the nuts went down facing extrusion. No, because you don't want to tighten these, oops, and I pushed that one in the wrong one. You don't want to tighten these against plastic. You want the nuts to tighten against metal. Otherwise over time, that plastic could compress, right? At least that's my thought. It makes sense to me. Let me see here. And they're not a tight fit, so if I hit this wrong, they fall right out. Yeah. There we go. Oops. Now, whether that's an actual problem, I wouldn't go in and change it once it's assembled. But if you have things loosen up over time, that might be what you'd look for first. Hey, Monkey Butler Labs. There, I was bound to get one of them right the first time. Okay. Another is missing. What? I got them all. I got them all. Every other one. I find that using tweezers for this kind of work helps a lot. Yeah. On the last rail, I think I missed a nut. I got all those right. Try to get the angle. Yeah, I'm seeing them all. Yeah, good. There might have been one that was sideways, and I might end up having trouble with that, but we'll see. I have a couple, I did print at least one extra of these. And that's way easier than the preloaded nuts. For these, yeah, for sure. Okay. So I think we can set these on here and start putting, what size wrench does this use? Yep, that one. So we'll just very, very loosely insert all of these. A lot of loose nuts in chat. These don't take a whole lot of torque, and I'm not torquing these yet. I'm just engaging the screw in. So there are hammerhead 1515 nuts, and then that still moves. 713 maker makes those, and then there are the little modified nuts that LDO makes that are post-install. Now the 713 maker ones are ridiculously expensive, but they're really cool. The LDO ones, I have no idea what they're going to cost, but I bet they're fairly cheap. I missed the beginning of the stream. What size is this Micron? It'll end up being a 180 build. There we go. Now, if you saw the V0.1 S1 build that I did in December, the LDO kit, they make a little setup that's a square nut that has beveled edges that you can post-install in these. And I've got some of those, so if I make a big goof, that's my safety net. I have to find them, figure out where I put them. I don't know exactly what orientation these are going to end up on the printer, so I'm just going to put the rails on the same direction on all of them. Working on the V0S1, just got the kit yesterday. Awesome. You could make your own post-install nuts, and I have. I took some thin, square, zinc-plated nuts that I bought off of Amazon, and I took them to my grinder, held them in some pliers, and took them to my grinder, and they work. I used that on my very first V0 I built. Basically the same idea that LDO is using for theirs. Okay, one more. 180 is a great size. My most used printer right now is a 160 solid fork. Yeah. If you weren't here earlier and you were around for the solid fork build, I mentioned that I have a whole new network with Ubiquiti equipment and a couple of access points, one of them right here next to me until I install it in the ceiling. But my solid fork that I had all those Wi-Fi problems on came right up. With that little Wi-Fi dongle that MakerBase included, came right up as soon as I powered it on. So I'm happy. My network changes had some positive effect. Unify, that's it. I have all their light level equipment, but it's fine for what I need. Okay, so all of those will move. And they're all started. So now, according to this, we have a little guide here that puts those in the right spot. Stand up one of the 300mm extrusions and use a printed rail alignment tool as shown to align the bottom of the rail. The rail should be 36mm from the bottom of the extrusion. Use the second rail alignment tool on the upper half of the rail, yada, yada, yada. So that is these guys. Oh, that got dark. Okay. So this supposedly will go like that. And maybe what we'll do, instead of standing this up, I'll just set that against there. Maybe I'll do that. No, I go that way. I could use a 1, 2, 3 block, but I don't know where they are. I mean, they're in the other garage. I think I'm gonna grab a 1, 2, 3 block. It's gonna be more stable than this, and it's gonna be easier. I will be right back. In the meantime, Dancing Max is in charge. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, that's RCF. Okay. What did I miss? Did I miss anything? Okay. 1, 2, 3 block. It's a little heavier, a little easier. Just gonna put that against there, and all I'm using it is as a reference surface. And that's there, so now we can go in here and tighten these from the center out. And these need like 3/4 of an ugga-dugga. One three flat block. That is interesting. I think it's the multiples of the width, probably. Okay, that's one done. One, 4, 9 blocks are swirled. Okay. Go. Hey, Jared. Painting a closet. What color? last one. Oops, shifted it. There we go. Hey, KB3D. Welcome. Doing boop, I heard that'll be cool on such a tiny printer. It's maybe a little unnecessary. Well, it is a 180 build, so I think boop will be handy. You still need something to QGL, right? Even if you don't really need the mesh, you still need to QGL. Just like the 120 solid fork, I still need something for the Z tilt adjust. Let's see how these look. Yep, everything looks lined up. It did come out of the closet when I was done painting. It's also 2023, not a big deal for someone to do so. What do we got? Napping. Oh. You're suddenly being rational? No, we're never rational. Okay, with the Z rails installed, the rail stops can now be added to both ends. Loosely screw one of those, tighten the repeat for both ends of 4 Z rails. Now you can work on it without risking things falling off. So I'm gonna have to dig into my, I think what I'm gonna do here is dump out most of these parts, because those ends are going to be buried. Oh, there's one. A couple of Big Tree Tech parts. I got a silicone heater, 180 watts, 120 volts. So I will be using an SSR in this. We have LDO's new surfaces, the Dark Rock 185, big old surface, and then the build plate with bed locating holes in the back. Okay, now I can grab a bunch of these. I should have 8 of these. At least 8 of these. Oh yeah, I've got like 10. You said you were done painting, indicates you're some of the sites. Let's watch out with that stuff, guys. I honestly don't know what the price point to this is. Sorry. So let's see. Now we need some M3 hardware. So we're gonna go M3 by 8 button heads. Okay, let's go back here. So big M3 by 8s. Oops. And then M3 nuts. That one. Finished my 120 micron 1 to 2 months ago. Nice companion for my few V0.1s. Already published a few mods for it. Awesome. I think I'm gonna go heat inserts in one of these. And then what's the next most used thing here? Probably the M3 by 35s. That'll be good for now. Needs a printed part sorted like a coin sorter, pour them in and they sort themselves. I should do a little more sorting before, because that's probably not the best thing on the mic and stuff, to be listening to plastic hit or clank together. Okay, M3 by 8, really? Does an M3 by 8 work here? Yeah, barely. I would have liked to have seen M3 by 6s probably there, because that actually bottoms out. That will make a mark. And M3 by 8 will make a mark there. These either need to be thicker, probably by 1 millimeter, and they could do that. So I'll mention that, because this in M3 by 8 actually touches the bottom, and if you tighten it, it's gonna mark it. So I'm going to dip into my stash and grab some M3 by 6s. And hope I have enough. Let's see if an M3 by 6 will work. Okay, there we go. Yep, I would go M3 by 6s there. I don't know if you're around, Heart K, but I'll try to mention that later. M3 by 6s or a thicker printed part. Because I know that if you tighten that down, you're gonna get a little mark at the bottom of the extrusions. See ya, Colin. We're gonna do all the exciting things while you're gone. All the exciting things. You don't have to be quite as... There we go. Seeing this, I'm going to attempt a solid fork now. There you go. What color are the printed parts? So the yellow here is Sparta 3D Sparkle Yellow, Lemon Yellow, ABS Plus. And the black is going to be Sparta 3D's Obsidian Black. Are the bolts for the rails M2? Yes, they were. They are M2s. Any of the MGN7 stuff needs an M2 go in. Otherwise, it would be a lot easier to tighten them down, because these 1515s are really meant for M3 hardware. We've got seamless bifocals. I have to read through the bottom of the lens. I'm avoiding going that way, but I've been told that it is nice compared to my glasses swapping. Okay, so all those are good. We can remove these stops now. So what are those yellow parts used for? Just keep the rails on, yep. This kind of stuff, it's hard to use the ES15 for. There's not a lot of turning going on. There, now those will go together. Okay. Hey Josh, long time no see. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. I think Josh is without a doubt the person I've known the longest of anybody in here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, frame assembly, take your time. Everything's built around this frame. We're gonna do blind joints, and we're going to, I did print these little optional parts for the drop-in nuts. And we're gonna take these, and does it say how many, does it say anywhere how many preloads? Okay, so we're gonna be preloading a bunch of nuts, but let's get this first setup going. I think all of those are gonna be the same lengths. So, I'm just now getting through all that filament I bought from you. Awesome. Wonder if I want to do the progressives. I gotta go check with my eye doctor at some point anyway. It's time to probably update my prescription. I'm gonna put this away. And so we have a nice flat surface. Make sure it's clean. Hopefully the white balance doesn't go crazy. I have been eyeing a darker build surface. And then we're gonna take a bunch of these. So, these extrusions. Get stuff threaded in. Good morning from Australia. Thanks for your videos. You've held my hand through assembling my LDOS1 kit. Awesome. I'm glad to have helped. So I'm just going to go through and preload the, do I want to preload it on both sides? I think I want to preload them, do these on one side because the head of the screw might get in the way of putting in the other nuts. So we'll see. I can't find the STLs for those no drop nuts in the Micron repo. They are, if you go to the Micron repo, go to Micron, and then go to STLs, and then I believe it's in the frame. Nope. Let's find these. Where was it? Was it tools? Yep, here it is. Yeah, under tools, it's this guy. That's what you're looking for, right? Let's paste that. While I'm pasting a link, I'll remind you there is a Polymaker filament giveaway. We have a good number of responses worldwide. I do the drawing in an hour and a half. Okay, back to this. Populate one of these so far. Does that help, Timo? Hey, I grabbed exactly the right number of screws right out of there for one half of these. Oh, and I grabbed a non-threaded. Oh, interesting. I think I've got a problem. I've got an extra non-threaded extrusion. I might have to tap this. Finally made it through your Voron 2.4 videos. Now I'm building my kit. Try to dial in your Voron 0.1. Awesome. I am pretty sure, I could be wrong. Nope, that's the short one. Where's the other one? Do I have all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, never mind. I'm good. I got 8 of them. That means I had 1 extra screw. I wasn't exact. Nope, we're good. I had stacked them weird. I have 8 here, and that's what I should have. So, no problem yet. Okay, we are going to take one of these. This is going to be the back corner. And this is going to go something like this. Hey, Rachel. It's going to go something like that. So I am going to try, maybe, yeah, we'll go here. Grab my straight edge I always use. Just gonna make sure that we are putting this in. Sometimes it helps. Let's see what's gonna be easier. I'll try one of these clamps and see if it works. There we go. And then that'll just help me hold things in place. Just like that. I'm gonna rotate this and do the same thing. I'll hold those in place. Just like that. I got one back corner done, but what I want to do is now check to see what things get preloaded. Hey, Ricky B. So now we've got one corner. Go back to the manual. We will notice this is what we've done. We've got a rear extrusion, corner number 1. Things are held flush and square. And then we're going to preload 4 M3 nuts in the top, 3 on the outside rear, and 8 on the bottom. Rachel, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my little baggie of these that I printed. Those guys. Maybe we'll go this view. And these let's go in the printed part like that. And how many? 4 in the top. These aren't really giving me any kind of a friction fit, so I don't know how much they're going to be actually effective. But will it help building Voron 2.4 in regards to rail to extrusion like you do now? Yes, absolutely. Does it say where the linear rails go, or is that later? So this is where these rails go. The linear rails are on each corner facing in. From the back facing forward, from the front facing back. So this is the back corner right now. What is the printing height? That's a good question. I actually don't know. Is anybody in here that knows what the spec 160/180 build height is? Does it say where? Oh, so the rails, we used a printed guide. This guide sets the distance from the bottom for the rails. That's already done. And it's 36 millimeters if I remember reading the instructions right. Okay, so those go there. Hey, Jason, welcome. Everybody say hi, Jason. Okay, so I'm gonna set this here. Let's do this. I'm gonna set this on its corner, and I need to do 8 of these. 8 of these in the bottom. One. Once you have the frame built, you can put the Prusa Mini beside it to compare the size. Yes, I can. It's named Micron Plus now. Yep. Hi, Jason. There's been a lot of questions. If you could answer what is the target cost of this partial kit? It's 3. There seems to have been a few changes to the no drop nuts since Cruncho's original mod, and I think I like those better. Okay, I haven't kept up. There's 4. 5. A Micron 350. 6. Was that 6? 7. Hey, I grabbed exactly 8 of these. And then 3 to the outside. Here, let's go. Let's go there. Let's see, did you... 1. And 2. And 1 more. Okay, so I preloaded 4 in the top, 8 in the bottom, 3 in the rear. We may bond them to mechanic kit though, not sure right now, but you can get every sub kit easily. So just visit your favorite LDO distributor. If we go to docs.ldomotors.com, and if we go to distributors and resellers is right here. We go here, and that says orbiters resellers, but why don't we just go here? Why don't I just do this? This link right here. There you go. So speaking of Happy New Year, we did have some fireworks going off in the neighborhood last night. I was thinking V0.2 to add to the V0 and 0.1. Now I've seen this LDO Micron. I think I need 2 new projects. You need all the new projects. Fabrico and West 3D have the sub kit. Okay. But if you're in an area where they're not where you buy from, send LDO a message. They're going to want to know demand on this. What is the demand? And they don't know the demand unless you're asking. So reach out to your distributor and they'll contact LDO. Don't go to Jason directly unless he wants you to, but reach out to your distributor and show them your interest. Okay, so we preloaded those and then we can put on corner 2 and then we'll preload some more. So let's go to this view, grab another. Grab corner 2, so then this is going to come back here. Now let's clamp this in place first. Here we go. Make sure the short side is down. And there we go. And then we can put this one here. So let's turn this around this way and that like that. And I'm just clamping this in place just to use it as a guide for lining up the extrusions. I'm using the plate as my flat surface. And then once it touches, that's moving a little bit. So I've got something off. I've got something off. When I tighten that down, it's moving, which means this isn't perfectly vertical. So I'm gonna redo this one. This is not perfectly vertical. There we go. Is that red block CNC aluminum? It is. It is. It's just a generic little right angle piece I bought off of Amazon. It says it's 120 millimeters square. go. Maybe two. I'm trying to figure out what kit I want to build next. What do we got? On the way to resellers. Are we talking about V0.2 parts? We'll be doing a V0.2 upgrade. This at some point in this build we'll get interrupted and do a V0.2 upgrade. I like doing 1, 2, 3 blocks on the inside corners with the flat surface to do the frames. Yeah, that works. You can do something like that. Jason, thank you. Happy Chinese New Year. I would butcher trying to pronounce that, so happy Chinese New Year to everyone. Okay. We are going to preload 2 on the top on this side, and 3 on the outside and 8 on the bottom. So to do that, I think I'm going to turn it this way. Being careful not to twist stuff. So 2 on the top. I'll grab a bunch of these. There we go. Oh. Being careful not to twist stuff and bump it and make a mess. Two on the top, 3 on the outside. One. 2, and 1 more. And then 8 on the bottom. There's none on the inside? How do we put the electronics in? Two, 3. Four. Five, 6, 7. I think that's 7. 1 more. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I feel like before putting this one on, I might want to preload the next side. So I'm guessing that's right here. And we're gonna go 2 on top, 3 on the outside, and 8 on the bottom again. So I'm gonna do that. Basically the opposite of what I did over here. Because I wanna minimize when I'm moving this around, I don't wanna torque on the frame or let gravity do that. I wanna do that as little as possible. So 2 on the top, 3 on the outside. Hey, Jared, thanks for becoming a member. 3. There we go. And then 8 on the bottom. Two, 3. Finally had a chance to grab my laptop. Can't figure out how to do it on mobile. I don't know. A lot of people have trouble with the mobile stuff with that. I don't think it's just you. So what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1 more. Charlie is snoring. I can hear it from here. Hey, Steven. Okay. YouTube is constantly breaking the mobile apps. You get used to it being broken. Okay, so I did all the preloads for those, and then I guess we can put the 2 fronts. I think we're gonna put the 2 fronts, the 2 side fronts and it on at the same time. What I would like to do, let me see if I can, let me get this started and see if I can keep from breaking stuff. Give me just a moment. Let me upload. Give me just a moment on my other computer here. I'm gonna prep something. I'm gonna prep something for the stream computer. Upload. Okay, I'm uploading something and I'm gonna move over here. My husband's zodiac year was 2020, the rat. We weren't so lucky. Yeah, 2020. Well, when we finish this, I'll put the, or if we get we'll get a frame, I can bring the Prusa Mini up here and compare sizes. Maybe we'll do it after the skirt's on, or at least the corner feet, because that'll give you a little better idea. That is complete. Okay, so let me close up Fusion on this computer and start it up over here. It's probably going to need an update though, so I'd like to double check something in the CAD. I'm surprised there are no nuts being pre-populated onto the inside, and that might be completely normal. I'm just making sure. Oh, it's going to ask me to log in. Hold on. I haven't been on. Oops, wrong one. Oh, where did I put my phone? It's not in my pocket. No new moderators today. Andres, thanks for gifting the memberships. What all gets changed from the V0.1 to V0.2? Mostly printed parts. Mostly printed parts. There's a couple of fastener changes and the extrusion top hat if you want to go that route. Okay, Fusion is starting up. I'll switch over. I guess we can. Fusion is starting up. Let's see what we got here. I know I switched back. I'll switch back to that screen as soon as I get into the right place. When someone is in their 12-year cycle year, you have to be really careful not to upset the spirits. Okay, that's starting, and then we'll move over into the CAD. Oh, I saw some jittering on my end. I wonder if that did anything on your end. Any weird hiccups so far today? Haven't heard or seen anything, but I could have been far enough behind on mobile. I haven't seen any hiccups, but I'm stressing the system right now, big time. Okay, so this is the Micron CAD. What I really just want to do, and I now that I think about it, I doubt that we have a problem, but I'm gonna hide the bottom panel, and then we're gonna just look in here. Yeah, see? Never mind. There are some, in the latest CAD, there are some brackets that bolt into the inside. There are some brackets there that bolt to the inside. There is a Wago mount over here, which I might want to be able to do. So it looks like I need 4 in each side and 2 in the back. Okay. 4 in each side and 2 in the back is what I'm going to pre-populate. Because if I don't use that Wago mount, I'll just put something dummy there. Okay, I'm going to close this. Not save, because I want to save my system. And close that. I'm going to put those 4 in each side. And see, this is what I'm checking. This is the in progress. The manual's in progress. Things are changing. I had some idea that I might need to do that, so I'm double checking. So we're going to put some extras in here before we get any further. We're going to have to remove this back corner, which I can do right now pretty easily, and put 2 back there. So I'm going to put 2 in the back. What's the neon yellow for a filament brand? This is Sparta 3D's Sparkle. Oh, and I can put them on with the bolt head there, screw head. Sparkle Lemon Yellow, ABS Plus. And we think that's 120 millimeter CAD, right? I think it's the bigger CAD, actually. I think it is the bigger CAD. You can screw your DIN rails into the bed extrusions like the V2. This is how I've done it on my Micron. I like those brackets though, so it gives me more flexibility in the electronics compartment. If you screw it into the bed extrusions, then the holes in your panel need to be in the right spot. Let's see, okay. There we go. So those 2 there. So then let's get this back in spot. There we go. Yeah, I just want the flexibility. So I like the Trident style mounts, and I have them printed. So we're gonna go that route. Now we're gonna go 4 on each inside. Two, 3, and 4. There we go. And 4 on the other side. So any of the new members today, I did do a member stream yesterday. So you have access to that now. If you go to the community tab, it's probably the easiest way to see it. We worked on a Prusa Mini. And we had fun. That was a good stream. Until the very end when I bumped my laptop and everything went down. Okay, so those are in. Now we can work on the front. So I think I'm just gonna go like this. And then I need 1 more of these. And this is going to get 4 M3 nuts on the top. So we'll go top That's something that annoys me about Fusion 360. Just rotating the view makes the software believe you made modifications to the part and asks you to save and generate yet another useless version. Well, then don't save. You got to be comfortable with hitting the don't save button. Well, it was a good opportunity there, Matt, to see what happens if I try to recover from something like that. That's true. So I bumped my laptop, and I don't know, I'm not gonna bump it now. I'm not gonna tempt fate, but something took down all my Thunderbolt stuff, it sounds like. And then it came back, but I use a Thunderbolt PCI Express enclosure to run an Elgato 4 HDMI capture card, and that wouldn't come back up. And it's normal for that not to come back up when things happen. I have to do a full power cycle for it to come back up. Bryce, this granite slab is about 2 foot square. I bought it from a local place and they sold it to me pretty cheap. So I want to go back. I want to get a dark colored one because this messes with the white balance on the camera quite a bit. But I'm also kind of debating whether I rebuild this workbench with a 4 foot, just buy a 4 foot one of these and redo the top. So I just always have a nice flat surface. Hey, Earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And one more. Is it possible to convert a V0.1 to a V0.2 S1? Yes, very possible. Oh, you found a granite place that will let you take cutoffs for free? We've got a couple of places here that absolutely refuse to do anything with remnants. They do not. They don't deal with customers for remnants. And it's the place I bought my kitchen counters from. So I was hoping that I would be able to, I just spent many thousands of dollars with you, well, 6 years ago, but nope, no dice. Hey, Simo. We are building a Micron, which is a miniature V2. Just got to search around. I've had places around here. The other piece that I've used before was expensive. This was cheap. There's the full range out there. Jay Moore, I would check with your preferred LDO vendor. Don't forget the 2 inside ones. There's no 2 on the front. I got 2 on the back. So this is the back of the printer. This is the front of the printer. I didn't need any on the inside. Places here now want loads for the sink cutout. Phooey. Okay. I think we are good for the preloads. 2 on the top. And then we can put the corners on. So now these point towards the rear. Put my piece here just to line myself up. Line that up. And then we'll get over here and do this one. Seems like we fixed the volume issues from different scenes. Yep, I cleared up some extra scenes that I had in my config, probably from trying to stream in the other garage. Okay, so this needs to there. And then this will go in here. There we go. Is cast iron top of a table saw flat enough to assemble a printer frame? It depends. If it's a nice cast iron top, I would probably check it with a straight edge, but it's probably pretty good. My cheap contractor saw, even though it's a DeWalt, the top is not. I wouldn't assemble a printer on it. Pros, cons for doing a Bowden setup on a V0.1/2. Well, the pros would be a lighter tool head, so potentially faster. The cons would be more difficulty in tuning things like pressure advance and get print quality. When I build my new office in the basement, I'm going to put in a full lower cabinets with granite top. Quartz. So if you're searching for tops, look for quartz. This isn't granite, this is quartz, which is a machined, manufactured product, which tends to be flatter. Stone, natural stone, will also, depending on the piece you get, have more risk of cracking, depending on where the natural seams, cracks, whatever are in the material. Quartz is what you should be looking for. Oh, your table saw is a Powermatic? Yeah, you should be good. So, I was on the impression granite was the flatter of the two. Good note. Yeah. Quartz is, yeah, it's a lot of resin. A lot of resin and... Okay, so that is done. So now I think we just flip it over and put the tops on. Top of frame, and we're gonna be preloading some nuts in here. So I'm going to just flip over. Quartz is less likely to absorb oil. Yep. I think I can just do this. Is there anything that we no, we got access to all of these, so I don't have to worry about preloading any of those. Granite is more stable. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Because if you have, it's natural stone. If there are any cracks in it, if there's anything in there, then you're going to have more likelihood of, especially in an environment like this where you don't have it construction glued or whatever down to a stable cabinet. Do you think it would be worth it to upgrade V0.1 to 0.2? The rails are rusting bad and you can't grease them good, so they grind bad. I would be replacing those rails. Thick glass isn't great. Glass isn't always as flat as you would expect. So in general, this is going to be better than glass. Granite by definition is made up of cracks that are porous, but there's an adhesive, there's epoxy. So it's kind of like MDF. MDF is a very stable wood to work with because it's homogeneous. Is that right? Is that the right term? I used to do all of my frame building in my kitchen before I needed to do it in front of a camera. Natural stone is more likely to be flat. Quartz tends to warp a bit. Okay. Well, I mean, you're a countertop fabricator. What about in this size? Okay. We are, so this is corner, I'm upside down, so this is corner 1 again, according to this, to this. So this is corner 1. So we're going to load 3 on the outside. We're spending extra time on the preloaded nuts. Hey, Poity. Granite is radioactive. What do I want to do here? Let's go here. I'm gonna throw in a bunch of these nuts in these printed spacers. Probably fine in that size, but I've seen way more warped quartz slabs in my time than I have granite. But am I correct in that granite, if there is a natural crack in there, so you have to be very selective in your piece then? Because if there is a natural crack, it's going to be much easier when it's a freestanding piece like this for it to break on you. Is that correct? Granite extremely stable, that's why surface plates are made from it. From a selected piece though. Surface plates are made from a very selective piece of it. If it's being made as a surface plate. Oh, there goes Charlie. Let's see what he ends up wanting. Okay, so if this is the rear, this is going to get 3 on the outside. One, 2, 3. Even cracks, it'll still be flat. Okay. It's an interesting thing. 3 on the outside. Preload 3 no handles or 4 with handles on the top. So we're gonna go 4 on the top. So that's 4 on the top is gonna be the bottom here. 1, 2, I'm gonna use the handles just for fun. So there's 3 and 4. Is the stream lagging? I hope not. I've been showing a consistent, excellent connection. I changed the bit rate. I lowered the bit rate in OBS to 5,000. I had it at 7,000. And according to my searches, 5,000 should still be enough to get good 1080p streaming. So, okay. And 4 on the inside. Yep, 4 on the inside, which is going to be this side. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then let me let Charlie out. So that'll be inside, so that all is like that. Let me let Charlie out. There you go. Ooh, that was loud. Yes, the machine plates, surface plates are very thick. Okay, and then I guess I'll go here. There we go. Okay, so that is that one. 4 on the inside, 4 on the top, and 3 on the outside. So we're gonna do basically the same thing over here. We'll just throw all those in there. So we're gonna go 4 on the inside. People are excessively paranoid about low-level radiation. Okay, let's get a bunch of these assembled. How big is your granite slab? Hope it is right. This is about 2 feet square. And it's just a countertop remnant cut off from a local place. I'm pre-inserting these nuts in because it seems to make it easier to count for one thing. I don't have as many opportunities to get distracted in the middle. I work as a CNC machinist. I have 3 flat surfaces, 1 parallel bar, and 1 straight angle square, all 000 precision, all granite. Okay. There's Charlie's back. I have a very small grade B surface plate that I was using for some things before. Okay, did I put anything in here? I did not. So we are going to go 4 to the inside. Oh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 to the top, which will be here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's top, and then 3 to the outside. 1, 2, 3. That should do that. Hi, Charlie. There we go. And then here, we can do a comparison here to the solid fork too. It's a green frame. Certain lighting, right? Space gray frame. And we're about to get a visitor. Hi. You are right in the way. There you go. Is the rails for the V0.1 with lube ports? I don't think so. I think they're too small for lube ports. QC inspection. I'll take a little Charlie break. Let's see where we're at here. So now that, and then we have the front and rear. We're gonna go 4 on the top. Is that the rear? Yeah, that's corner 1. So 4 to the outside. 4 on top and 4 on the outside. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. It's the best cat disguised as a dog, yes. 1, 2. Honey Badger MGN7s have lube ports? Oh, okay. That's cool. 3 and 4. Okay. This is the front. So I'm working on the back. Where's the back? Okay. Getting the full inspection. Yes. Oh, that's the back. Okay. Stability analysis. It's square. Or at least it was. Why do cats feel the need to do things like that? I don't know. I don't know. But he's old. We put up with him. We accommodate him. Charlie approved. You may now continue. No, I can't continue yet. I need to pet. Yeah, I'm watching the parts on the plate on the table. Paying the fees for the inspection, yep. Precision granite plates are made of black granite, which is stronger and denser than light-colored granite. I had this one cat that would like to knock stuff off tables. He does. He does that occasionally. Not as often as some cats, but... Okay, is that enough? No. Okay, let's get you up here. Let's see if you'll take your pillow. I'll put the camera back. Yeah. Hey, Arizona Sun Devil. Welcome. Okay, this is gonna go on the back. We are going to have 4 preloaded in the top. So let's just put 4 in the top. And 4 to the back side. 4 to the outside. So I'll put 4 here. I love to see Charlie since you're allergic to Charlies. I am slightly allergic to Charlies too. And actually, we've had Charlie for almost 16 years. No, we've had Charlie for just over 15 years because we got him when he was several months old. But I used to get like itchy tear ducts after petting the cats, but that's gone away. So I've developed some level of tolerance to the cats. Okay, so that is to the back and bottom. So this goes right like this. Right like that. So back and top, I should have said. Almost got a full frame. Getting there. Okay, so that is the back, yep. So now we have the front to do. Oh, you did do the full hazard setup I was gonna do on my 300, awesome, same, yep, yellow and black. Printing in multiple rooms, loosely paying attention, you have more than 1 cat. How does Charlie feel about that? I don't have more than 1 cat. I don't. I might end up with more than 1 cat. We might have some Charlie friends this summer. If you want to use the handles, preload 4 on the top side instead of 3. We already covered this. Is that page? I think this is a duplicate page. I think page 18 is duplicate. Let's find out. So that is top of frame, that middle. I think this was, huh. Thought it was, maybe I'm looking wrong. I already did both of those. Maybe I just skipped the order. Front one is, so we need to preload some on the inside. So I've talked about there's a potential where we may get some Charlie friends. We have a family member who's moving and they can't take the cats. So we're gonna do a trial and see if Charlie will get along with them. Because really, if Charlie isn't happy, then we're not gonna do it. But we could potentially have Leo and Marco joining us. We'll see how that goes, but that's not until this summer, after Murph. Okay, this one we are going to preload 3 in the top, and that's it for that one. But then we need to preload 4 on the side, and that's for the door magnets, I believe. So that would actually be this side because I'm working upside down here. So let's do 3 in the top. Steve, Charlie, and Friends. Thursday nights this fall on NBC, or Sunday mornings. Oops. 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 that are going to go on the side. You'll never be able to build anything with M3. Are you worried about Charlie's inhaling all the unhealthy ABS VOCs while he's spending time in the garage? Oh, we're actually, I might be buffering right now. It did just go funky. Let's see. Stream of struggle busing. Let's see if we get back. Intermittent buffering. Let me see if anything is... There's nothing going crazy on my network. Hey, Bruno. Are we back? Why is this doing this? Are you able to hear me? Because it's still not happy. I had a dog that used to like chewing on cables and wires. Shocking he didn't get zapped. Our other cat used to like chewing on stuff. This is not happy. What is going on? This is an extended period of not happy. Is it back? Not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What is going on? Let me close this. With Discord. Seems back. YouTube's still not happy. Just low frame rate. It says poor right now. At least we verified it's your internet connection at this point. There's not anything the same between A and B on my house side. This is true. Now it says we're back. So we will continue. Okay, so we need to put 4 in this side. So 4 are gonna go in this side. Oh, and we're buffering again. 2, 3. Let me check with the house and see if anybody's doing anything. Oh, no, it's back. So we'll just let it go for now. See what happens. Okay, if I go here, then this is going to be 3 in the top. So 1, 2, 3 in the top. If that continues, then I'm going to check the household and see if anybody's doing anything on the network. But go, and since I'm here, I'm just going to loosely tighten these down until I can turn it back on its bottom. I think you can watch the bandwidth in the controller. Maybe something to keep up while streaming. Yeah, I've got it on the other computer, and I'm not seeing anything doing a lot of stuff. My computer, this computer is only uploading a little under 6 megabits per second right now. Okay, so now I can get in here and loosen these again. Just make sure they're movable. Clamp this in place. Last one before we have a cube. Charlie is streaming 8K cat videos. I think the YouTube stats are lagging actual stream. Yeah, and so I'd still like to see it say excellent connection on my side. Okay, we have a cube. We have appears to be hopefully a square cube. That is the way it goes. It is good. It's on Only Kitties. Okay. We have a cube. We have a cube and we have a tired kitty, so let's make sure everything's good there. There we go. There. Square cubes, counterintuitive. Okay, now we have the bed extrusions. So we're going to, we don't really need to preload any. I'm not going to use I may still use the ones to screw the panel in. So we need to preload 2 on the bottom, preload 2 on each top. And I'm not going to preload the 2 on the inside because I'm not going to use a Z end stop. I'm going to use boop. And I can install those later if I need to anyway. I don't actually need to preload any but the 2 on the bottom. So that would be these extrusions. Now this kit has full length extrusion, so I don't use those angle pieces. So. Still upset I'm a member and not that is really weird, Arizona Sun Devil. I know we've confirmed you're a member. I hope that YouTube support can help with that. Okay, I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. For these. Is it worth checking E-steps after changing from a Dragon High Flow to a Revo Voron, bearing in mind the drive section? So all your E-steps have everything to do with the drive section. So you should be okay. That is calibrating the actual amount of filament that's extruded through the drive mechanism. I was on my wrong account when I subscribed this month. Yeah, YouTube does weird things with alternate accounts. Okay, so those are gonna go on the bottom. And then I think I need the middle 2 of these 4 that are on top. So let's just shift all of these around. And then we probably need some M2 by 6s or M3 by 6s. What do I have here? Why does that one only have 1? Oh, because I dropped it. Funny thing on my end, Jared CO1 has always been my account name. I just eventually linked my Google Gmail accounts to them when there was an option a long while ago, but it screwed your account up. Okay, so that goes like that. That goes like that. Oh, I didn't even know what camera I had put myself on. Now you're a branded account, which means you can't get gifted memberships. That's the button I meant to hit. So we don't use, for this for this particular setup, we don't use these corner pieces, which were printed. Instead, we're bolting its blind joints to directly to the frame and its full length. And we need this. We'll need button heads instead now because we're doing that. So we're deviating from the instructions a little bit, and we're gonna need some M6 button heads. So we're gonna need 4 of these. Yeah, something, I don't know why branded accounts don't get gifted subs. I don't know what the technical reason is on the YouTube side. I just know that that's in their FAQs information. So I'm gonna pre-thread these M3x6s into the nuts that I preloaded. I'm still a branded account, and if I didn't have subscribed to you with my other YouTube name, I could receive gifts here too. Interesting. Maybe they've changed that. Maybe they've changed that. That's right, because you got a gift on that account on ModBots from me, right? Okay, so those are going there. Here. See, there's a pre-installed M3 there, and then we got some distances. We got some measurements we got to do. Okay, time to push plastic with a tap Revo rebuild. Awesome. I am getting notifications. If it's important, if you're trying to catch me on Discord and it's important, mention in here that it's important. Otherwise, I look at those after the stream. Here, we gotta find some measurements. We are going 65 millimeters from the ends and 60 millimeters in between. Is that for this setup? That looks about right. And then the deck panel goes on. So let's see if this makes sense. Where's my, if this was, no, this does not make sense. That's a 120 build. So what are the measurements for it should still be 60 millimeters in between, because I think that's set. Maybe not. Let's see. Let's grab the bed. It is not set. So what do we have here? We've got 100 millimeters center to center on the holes, minus 15, so it's 85 millimeters between. So it's 85 millimeters centered on here, which means, where's my other ruler? Is it in the other shop? This is for the, yeah, this is for the normal Micron. So we're gonna work out this, yeah. So we've got about 280 millimeters here. So we have about 280 millimeters here, and we need 80 in the middle. Math. So this is 100, this is 115 to the outside here. So it's 280 minus 115 divided by 2. So 82.5 to each side. Does that look about right? A polecat makes sense. 82.5 to each side makes sense with a 80 millimeters, 85 millimeter center. Is that right? So I'm gonna roughly put this in just with my little scale here, and then we'll sort it out a little more later. problem. I've got a problem. I think I can just push past it. Yeah, the bottom of the printed part here. So the bottom of the printed part doesn't let me thread in quite enough for this to lock into place with an M3x6, but I can just push the plastic out of the way and call it good. You tagged me on the Doom Discord for it. I think I got it right though. You see a frame. Hey Chris, I closed Discord on the laptop because it's, let's see. Oops, jump to present. 83, 84, 83. Okay, that's probably close. Did you call the ISP for your internet issues? I did not, because I monitored it over time and my upload speeds went back up once it dried out. So I'm kind of guessing that the problem was weather related. So there we go. Making sure this is flush with the front, and we're gonna adjust all of this. I'm just getting things, I'm gonna be finicky here. I'm gonna be finicky and with a straight edge and stuff, kind of working on this. Right there. So that should be about right. And then if I break out the machinist square, there we go. That should be about right. So, does the spacing have anything to do with the print bed? Yes. So we need 100 millimeters in between the center to center of the extrusions for the print bed. So that and a square. Yep, that is correct. So then I'm going to do the same over here. And rough this in. Right about there. And just get it close, and then I'll put things in close. Just a little bit over. Yeah, that's really close. And then the square. And then I'll remeasure stuff, but this should be getting there. Yeah, that's right there. And then I should have 100 millimeters basically center to center, which I do. Yep, we're good. These are not 100% critical, because as long as your bed will bolt on and it's parallel and or perpendicular, it's going to work. But I've got this within a very small margin of error. Ah, 15-minute giveaway warning. Awesome, thank you. Everybody, 15 minutes. We're gonna draw for a roll of Polymaker Filament. Link is in the pinned post or in the description. Sorry for the DC tag, won't do. You're fine with that. That's not a problem. Not a problem, Dentux. You're good. What else we have? Yeah, unfortunately, I keep checking to see if I have other internet options, and nothing's showing up. My best option is cable right now, and it is gigabit. Well, they call it 900 and something down, and 30 meg up. So that's my best option. There's no fiber option. There's, I mean, nothing anywhere close to that, to those speeds anyway. Yep, everything is good. Okay. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Oh, Charlie wants out, so let me let him out. When are you starting your, oh, Jared. So I have the extrusions. I'm gonna modify them for Jared and then ship them off. I just haven't done it yet. Okay, we can put a bottom panel on this. Well, deck panel. Deck panel is correct. As this came, it doesn't have a bottom panel, but the design has a bottom panel now, and I have extra of the black acrylic, so I'm gonna put a bottom panel on it. No 5G mast outside my window. I get terrible cell phone reception in my house. There's no chance that a cellular-based solution is gonna work well for me. That was a long way around a simple problem. Oh, I don't know. Did I do something long? Okay, we have panels. So let me bring out the panels so we can put the deck on. Charlie's back. Okay. AT&T can give you 10 megabit upload with their 15 megabit download. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. Having installed the service in the past, I'd be willing to bet the 10 megabit upload would be better than your 30 on cable. I don't know about that, because I switched to AT&T for a long time before I was streaming, and I switched back. What? No, Charlie. No. Charlie has a thing about chewing on packing tape on boxes. And that's what he was just doing. Okay, we have panels. I have a bottom panel in my 120 build. Awesome. Bottom panels should be mandatory. I think they should be required for a serial. That's my opinion. Oh, now he wants out again. I think they should be required for a serial. As long as he's not chewing on Thunderbolt cables. Yeah. Yeah, I understand the differences, the shared bandwidth on cable stuff. But I definitely don't want to try to live with only 50 megabit down. That does not sound like fun. Well, I mean, theoretically, I could look into seeing how AT&T fiber does even with that 10 megabit and have both services. Oh, that's what you're saying, as a second ISP. There we go. I mean, that's possible. It's possible. AT&T is the old back road to your house. May not be as fast, but there's zero traffic side of it, yeah. Okay, here is the bottom panel. We'll put the other ones of these aside. I think I'm gonna do a big printer for ants logo on the back panel. We'll see. We'll see if that'll look good. Because this gets obscured. It should go something like that, maybe the other way. Yeah, something like that. That is an idea. I may try that. Cool part is the hardware you've got in your house now would work for dual WAN. You just have to route traffic properly to make it do what I want. Okay, we get to do the one thing about this matte black acrylic that LDO uses is really nice, but taking the protective off, it is a bear. Let's try going from this end. Business class should give you symmetric speeds if it's available is the problem. I am going to look into this dual ISP thing though. That could be a good potential solution. I'm trying to pull perpendicular. I'm trying to pull, and it just rips on the corner. So there is, well, at least they were advertising in some areas the symmetric cable setup. I don't know if they're actually doing fiber at that point, but okay, I got that. Let's see if I can, oh, it pulls in a corner. I try pulling straight up, perpendicular to the surface. I still get spots on the edges. Not a satisfying peel. Oh, see? As soon as I think I've got it, there we go. I ran dual ISP connections for like 6 years at home. I had internet all the time. One of those was stable and the other wasn't at times. I wonder how much. I'm gonna have to find out how much that's gonna cost me. No, even if I'm pulling, so you're seeing me pull back towards me at some points, but even here I'm pulling straight up, and you see it started ripping. Maybe that was here. I'm trying to pull straight up, but it's super finicky. There we go. Don, thanks for becoming a member. I'm getting it, I'm getting it. Okay. Charlie, what are you doing? You don't need any of that. No. Hey, Computer Joe. Run a knife under that edge first. I don't want to scratch it. Just get one of these started. And be extra careful about pulling straight up. I know that's the trick. Just getting it started. So straight up, straight up. Oh, maybe. Maybe that's my problem. I keep going, oh, see, straight up, and it ripped there. So let's see if we can get it from a different angle. Here we go. There we go. Oh, where'd I rip? Where'd I rip? Oh, it's back at this original rip. Ah. Hi, Charlie. Okay, let's get paw prints. Get paw prints on it. There we go. We got it peeled. And it's got paw prints on it. Do what the quartering does for internet. 4 Starlink accounts tied together. Woo. Yeah, no. It is acrylic, yep. The trick is to not fold it back on itself. I will try to be more careful on that. I got Charlie crud all over the frame now. Okay. So we go backwards, and that's the back of the printer. So which way does this go? Is there a... Hi. Just go like this? No, I think it goes the other way. And it instantly gets stuff all over it. I think it goes like this. I think that goes like that. Okay. Charlie found that appealing. Yeah. Old cast acrylic is hard to peel and hard to laser cut. So the laser cut, that stuff works really well with my little diode laser. Okay, let's go here and here. And now I think I can do this one-handed. Move this out of the way and move these to approximately where they need to go. Don't forget about the drawing. Oh yeah, we got 1 minute. Get your entries in. Get your entries in. We got 1 minute. 1 minute before I close it. Where are you located? Are you rural? I am like 3 miles from downtown Sacramento. I'm across a river, but I'm like 3 miles from downtown Sacramento. So what do we have? We have a good number of responses, almost as many as we have people here. That's awesome. We have 424 people here. Wow. Charlie knows it's time. We can get away with a little bit of a Charlie time. So, okay, I am going to close this. We got a couple more responses. I'm gonna have 5 seconds without a response. 4, 3, 2, 1, and closed. Okay, so we're done. Let me export this. Let's see. How's the flooding in my area? In my area, none at all. Less than 200 likes. We should fix that. Let's see, where are we at actually? Yeah, I only see, oh, I see a 2 now. So we're over 200 likes now. Okay, as a fair trade-off, the winner gets a Galaxy Dark Blue. Oh, I'm out of Haribo's. That tiny, so Prusa Mini, when it's pre-assembled, only comes with an itty bitty bag of Haribo's with like 10 of them in there. Okay, let me copy this. This is fun because one-handed is not great. Oop. That one. And we'll go here. So we got Santa Charlie giving away a roll of filament. Let me paste that. Oh. So we are building a Micron, right? And this is by HeartK1213 is his username. So let's get a number between 12 and 13. Which one is going to get the most responses? 12 and 13. And based on my view of what comes up most on my screen, a number between 12 and 13, 12 and a half. Oh, Zombie's streaming tonight, so if you need more chances to win, I'm seeing a whole lot of 12s. So let's go with the 12. 12 or 13, I should say. 12 or 13. I'm seeing lots of 12, so let's go 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and spin. And where's my phone? Because we need a 2-minute timer. We gotta be here. 2-minute timer. Who do we got? The Good Nat, are you here? The Good Nat, congratulations. You have 2 minutes to tag me in chat or for somebody else to notice you. It's not super important, but you just gotta be here. The Good Nat, congratulations. Oh, 1 roll of Polymaker filament. You're gonna get an email from me. The winner will get an email from me that has a link to a form and the way to fill it out. And then that form will give you some of the restrictions because you can't go out and pick the nylon 12. The Good Nat, there you are. Congratulations, you're here. Awesome. The Good Nat is here and they tagged me. Congratulations. Let me copy this. So you will get an email from me. There, like I said, there are some restrictions, but most of the catalog is available. So there we are. Let me make sure that I've got a good, what looks like a good email for you. Yep, we have a good email for you. Assuming Star Wars fan, is that right? Yeah, tagging is unreliable. David English, thanks for the gifted memberships. Charlie, you are going to lay down now because we are going, oh, there was a, Charlie's a thief. Charlie's a thief. There was an M3 nut on his pillow. I wonder if it got caught in a claw or something. Congratulations, a Good Nat. There you go. You won a roll of filament. Worldwide shipping. I will send you an email. Okay, I need something to drink here. Let's see how well I did at locating those. This will be easier to see in this direction. Not super well. Okay, that is good. So let's go back to the manual. I don't think M3x8s are a great idea for these. That might be okay. Let's check. Let's check on one of these. M3x8 is what they say, so let's see if that bottoms out. Yes, an M3x8 bottoms out. Do we need a washer or I'm gonna go M3x6s. I'm gonna go M3x6s. Okay. And then do a little better here. I can line these up easier by holding this down closer. So there and there. And then I can hold this one down here. Get those and those. Now I think this goes that way. Yeah, I think that's right. Don't the DIN rails usually go on top too? Yeah, you're right. These instructions don't actually show the DIN rail there, but I'm gonna use the trident style along the side. So we'll see how things line up. We may have to make some adjustments, but right now this will get us progressing in the build. So we're just gonna put, and you know what? Well, let's see. Because I feel like we're probably gonna adjust things. Started using mobile raker last night. It's not going to change my life, but I do like it. I haven't tried that yet, I should. Okay. Tons of crap there. I'll have to adjust that to center it, but we are good. It might be why they're using the 8s. We are going, it's evident that we're going off of some 120 instructions that might not be up to date with the latest CAD, so we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. The square hole in the back just has the gantry wiring going through it, so if it's not exactly in the right spot, that's okay. Okay, and then we can start putting together the Z-joints. So we have Z-joints and these spherical bearings from IGUS, the KGLM03s. So let's go, I guess, this view, and we're gonna dig into our hardware things. Where did those go? Those might be in the motion box. There we go. Yep. So we have some stepper wire markers, a bunch of the F623 bearings, some 5mm rods for the Z assemblies, all of the stepper pulleys, the loops for the Z, and here's our IGUS bearings, KGLM03s. All right, so we're gonna need those. That can go away, and so now we need a bunch of printed parts. That. Those at some point. That and one more. That. There we are. A lot of pulleys. Well, we need 4 for the Z, 2 for the AB, and then there's probably some idler pulleys in here. That seems like more pulleys than we need in here. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Oh, there's more in the Z modules that are needed. More than 4, there's at least 8 that are needed in the Z modules. Marius, This is a partial kit. This isn't a full LDO kit. We're getting kind of a sense of the size. This is quite small. Okay, this is the part that's on the instructions. The bearing snaps into there. That's a nice tight fit, as I think it probably should be. Goes in. All of these just go into that piece. And then the M2x6s to bolt them to each rail. I think it's 8 for the Z. We'll find out. Because there's some in the middle that the belt's right on. I don't necessarily see any idler pulleys in there, so we'll find out how this all goes together. Are you going to use mini? Yes, I'm going to use mini stealth burner, and I'm going to use Boop, which is the mini stealth burner version of Tap. Why is that not? Loosen all of these. There we go. Still 9, no, it's 6mm belts all around. This is a good small size. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far as the build size, the printer size to frame size. The build area to frame is good on here. I think that is a drawback on Solid Fork, is it's a big printer for the build size. Now I don't know if that changes much when you build the larger one, but the 120 is a big printer for a 120 build plate. At some point you're able to put a V0. Oh, I could set a V0 next to this, yeah. I'd like to do all the comparisons once we get the skirts on, because that raises this whole thing about that much, probably. Makes it a much bigger printer. Is Boop released or soon? The beta's out there, so there are public files out there. If you go to Printers for Ants, there's some, and that's should be in the description, the GitHub. At least you can get there. There are public beta files out there. I can unpin the giveaway. Awesome. Thanks, Keith. Unpin the message, and let me go in and delete the description. I appreciate the reminders on those. There, now it's gone. I love sizes, really, where there are a large selection of flex sheets, build surfaces. I really like the 250 because I can use Prusa's Mark III sheets, and I really like those. This the same thing. Being able to use the Prusa mini sheets, it means there's a lot of selection. Now, I think Voron has pushed selection in a lot of other sizes. So, but in general, I like picking build sizes that offer up a lot of selection in variety of those flex sheets. The Micron does not have a backpack. This is based around the V2.4. I don't know how long we're going to go today. We're going to go until I mean, it's either long enough or I run into something I haven't gotten, I haven't been prepped for. I think I'm prepped for most of the build. So we can get a good ways today. Yeah, backpack would be hard, or electronics mounted somewhere. Well, backpack would be to the side, or to the back. Some printers put it on a side. What would need to be changed from a 0.1 to Micron? Is it even possible? It's not possible. The complete frame, everything changes to a Micron, or from a V0 to a Micron. Voron design missing official printer sizes between 120 and 250. This is true. I have seen Trident side pack mods. Yep. Okay, where are we at? So that goes there. And then we have a... Oh, there's two different Z-joint styles. There's two different styles here is what that was. Okay, so I didn't need to print these other pieces, it looks like. Go until you get a cereal. I like the Trident side packs, honestly. It's a super tall printer with bottom electronics. It is. It is. This is true. At this point, your frame should be looking like this, and it does, basically. Z drives. Okay, let's build the Z drives. That means we'll be able to get this up on some feet. Oh, the rails face each other. Yeah. I thought that's a no-no. The rails face each other. Are you talking about over-constraining them? So it kind of floats in here is the thing. Okay, this can go somewhere over here. And then we need to pull out the bits and pieces for the Z drives. All the bits. Got some Z stepper mounts. I don't know if I need Z stepper mounts yet, but what else do we have here? Here. We got feet. Are these getting Z bearings or rigid mounted gantry? It has those little spherical bearings in the gantry. Feet. I don't know what this is. I might have printed some stuff that I didn't necessarily need to print. I just kind of selected a bunch of things and hit print. KGLM 03s, not 5Cs. The 5Cs are for the bigger printer. Voron Micron. New version between V0 and 2. It's not an official Voron build, but it is supported. I mean, it gets a Voron 2 serial, but it is a community mod, and it's done by HeartK, and it's part of the Printers for Ants group. Micron does not use 9mm belts. It's not heavy enough. It's not big enough. 6mm works fine. Okay, let's see what we need to do to build this. We are building up a stack of things. Oh, we deflange a 16 tooth. I'm gonna deflange some stuff. And Okay. Any plans to build a 2020 Micron? I've built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've built 5 of them. Okay, we have hardware. We have rods and pulleys, and we're gonna need grub screws. It should be in the hardware. Here's some grub screws. And I'm probably gonna want my vise, but we'll see. Oh, and then we have a bunch of these spacers, printed spacers that are used here. Those are all down in the bottom of my... I think that's most of them. Spacers! So those and 16-tooth pulleys. All of these have, so let's find out. We've got a bunch of pulleys, and all of these have grub screws in them. Oh, and they're not pre-Loctited. Okay. Weird, you sound like you're at my desk. The music sounds like it's coming from the far end of the room. I'm going to go for the Hydra Mod Mercury one. So that's coming. After this build is done, I'm starting a Mercury one with the Hydra bed, Tezza. First long warp test print on my new 350 Doom, even if that side as it gets toasty. Eating grub screws was near with Skittles, yeah. Okay, so I have Loctite. I like the stick stuff. We will see where we go with that, but let's prep our pulleys here. So we're gonna deflange 4 of these and press them into here. We're gonna figure out exactly what orientation these go. So it goes opposite of what I kind of would have thought. So that goes there. So deflanging this, I'm going to use my little things here, and it should just be a matter of grabbing it and pulling it off. We'll do that again. We've got a 16-tooth pulley. Grab the end and pull it off. The last one was a lot easier than this one. Wow. Okay, if that's tough, then I can put this in here, and there we go. Get a little leverage by putting one of the 5mm rods in there. Oh, serious connection issues? On my side or yours? So we need to do that to 4 of these. So I'm gonna just go straight for the there we go. Looks good here. Okay. So just 4. Don't accidentally do this to more. There. Some of those were easier than others, but still. Okay, and then this is gonna press in like that. So I'm just gonna press these in. Interesting. So, and then in 3x6 grub screws, lock that into place. LGX Lite has a compound reduction gearbox, so backlash is multiplied, and this also introduces some gear noise into the print. Orbiter is a better extruder. Yes, those were macrons instead of microns. Okay, when I do these, I like to, if I can, get some sort of actual clamping on them. I'm gonna try this, and maybe this is gonna be the better view, or maybe something like this. So I don't know, I've done things like printed jigs. I'm gonna go here, and really what I wanna just do is make sure that I'm the part doesn't shift as I'm putting in this grub screw. So I've got 4 grub screws. So then I'm going to thread this in. And that's just going to dig into the pulley and the plastic part. I'm going to work my way around and get at least 3 of these in under clamping pressure. Yeah, and you don't want to use thread locker for these grub screws. These are grub screws you do not use thread locker for. You're going into plastic here. And those should go down to where they're almost bottomed out. But not quite, it looks like. Where do you get that vise? This is a Pana vise. If you search for Pana vise, I think I just bought it on Amazon. But it makes for a really handy little desktop vise. I use it for all kinds of things, from holding circuit boards when I'm doing stuff, to things like this. And then I guess I can just check to see how, there's a little bit of wobble, but I think that's hard to get away from with printed pulleys. You can buy some metal pulleys from Pouch. They make some 60 tooth or whatever these are pulleys. Actually says Pana vise. Any NordVPN sometimes causes these slowdowns. Had to reboot. Oh, okay. Lots of different add-ons. That's what this vise is what these brass jaws that I use for pushing in heat set inserts are for. You need to put the metal gear first on the rod and then tighten them against it. Oh, I can see that problem. This is a funky, because how do you get to that? Let's see if my ball end will get in there. The ball end will get in there fine. So I'm gonna go with it. So what's the drawback with metal pulley? Cost, availability. Do you think I'm gonna have problems as long as I have a ball end, am I gonna be okay with this? We'll get one of these fully assembled then, before I move on and do the rest of them. Let's get one of these fully assembled before I move on and do the rest, just in case I screwed something up. Ball ends can enter up to about 20 degrees off axis, yeah. And I tested, I can fit in here. I can tighten this down just fine. So, which means yeah, that is good to note. If you don't have a good ball end, make sure you follow the instructions. So we're gonna get a bunch of bearings out here now and set up this little spacer sandwich and let Charlie out. The filament spool keychain on the background looks really cute. Filaments, oh yeah, this guy. Timmett was printing these at ERF. So. How is Triangle Lab quality? In general, reasonably good, as far as I know. We've got bearings. The big bearings here. A couple of these out. A couple of spacers. Maybe we go this way. So we have a thin spacer and a thick spacer. Thin and a thick. Got a bearing goes here, and then a thin spacer. And then we're going to take real quick a little side track and this and put some, just the tiniest little bit of Loctite on there. A little bit of Loctite. Okay. And might as well grab these and get some Loctite in these. Ball ends and grub screws are not ideal. Yeah, this is a pretty good, I've not had too much trouble with these in stripping. It's a pretty good wrench. Go. Unconstitutional, $5, thank you. Thoughts on printing ABS side panels for V0 Micron instead of buying acrylic panels? My cheap acrylic panels are cracking. That's not good. If you can fit it on your bed, printed panels are fine on a V0. I've done printed panels on V0s. The only problem at that size, unless you got a really good setup, they tend to warp. There we go. Okay, so this is going here, small spacer, and then is that the one that I just put? Yeah, okay. And then that, and then the big spacer. So I think I'm gonna line that up and just touch this off. And then this, and I'll touch that one off. And then a bunch sticking out the front, so I might have to adjust the width of this, but that's okay. Okay, and then I think a bearing goes on the front here, so I'm gonna have to center that up at least. Hi, Charlie. We're about to get another visit. Let's see what he tries to knock off the table. Hey, Steve, what motor are you going to use? This came with NEMA 17s for Z. Yeah, these Panavise vices are reasonably priced. They are very reasonably priced. Then that goes on the end. Assemble. The printed pulley has a flat side and a concave side. The deflanged pulley slides into the concave side of the printed pulley and is secured from the flat side with grub screws. 4 M3x6 grub screws are inserted to lock the two components together. To ensure proper operation of the assembled Z drive, ensure that you drive the grub screws in all the way until they are flush with or just below the flat face of the printed pulley. I think these bottom out before they're flush. And we got to do a bunch of heat sets into modules. So let's grab one of these and do some heat sets. And then we'll put that together. You know, I also have issues with live streams falling behind over time. In 3 hours, I've been behind by over a minute. I've never had that happen. That's weird. Here we go. Hi. Heat sets. Are the aluminum 64th tooth pulleys? Yes, they are. They are available. I was going to order some, but I never got around to it. But it's probably good to assemble it with the printed ones. I would probably order them though. I like them. Yep, here we are. Okay, I'm gonna one-handed get these things lined up, get things kind of arranged here for heat sets. Give Charlie a little bit of shoulder time. And then I got heat sets there. Will you build the new WP-tool changer? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Double checked. The Lineo docks, blue is ground, black is signal. There's my problem. Ooh, ouch. Okay, Charlie, you're gonna get about 30 seconds of shoulder time. Then you get your pillow back. Bunch of parts. Maybe, there we go. It's based off the woodpecker. I don't know what that is. What is the woodpecker? Aside from another cartoon on the edge of before my time. Woody woodpecker? I'm out. Any tips you got from printing ABS? A warm chamber, doesn't have to be extremely warm. And don't be afraid to use something like glue stick for your first layer. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of cleanup. This is just, I mean, all we're doing is making sure those surfaces are gonna sit flat. And that's barely even touched, but it is going to help. Gotta run, dog sitting for your son. See you, Bill. How's the Shapeoko working out for you? Are you planning on cutting your own panels? I have cut panels. If you look at my community posts, I cut some panels for an ender wire build I'm doing. I just got the spindle, the VFD spindle upgrade. That just arrived on Friday. So I'm gonna upgrade it to that already. That's going to be really nice because it's a lot quieter and it's more powerful, and it'll just be a good overall upgrade for that machine. But I need to go through and just tram everything. I cut panels without doing that because panels aren't critical for that, but I need to go take the time on that. So like I said, there is no problem with doing a little bit of cleanup on parts. You're not going to, if you're searching for settings that are going to require zero cleanup on the parts, you're probably slightly under extruding. So You saw how much effort that was. It was next to nothing. I think I saw one of the ants for the printer crawling between those parts you're working on. It's possible. We've had ant problems. And just wiping these off. Okay. Heat sets. What do we got? Nothing in there. We got one in the bottom there. So let's go the ones that get them in the bottom. Let's get those done. That's that. And not that one. That one. Okay. So these four get ones in the bottom. I lay a piece of sandpaper on a flat surface and lap the face. That's perfect. That's a good idea. I just have this nice little flat file that I use that works pretty well. Nope. We'll get Charlie Cam turned on when he's done with his alone time. Okay. Oop. Anything else go on here? Nope. Those are the only heat sets into these parts. Is these bottom. Yep. There's those. And then on these we have, is there 5 it looked like? It looked like 5 heat sets in each one. Yep. Oh, and 2 on the bottom. So we've got 8 heat sets in each one of these parts. So we'll just do some heat sets here for a little bit. Is this a kit? It's a partial kit. It doesn't come with electronics or wiring. We'll be doing wiring completely, mostly from scratch. I'm doing a CAN tool head board, so there's not a whole lot really to the wiring. It would seem that sometimes these parts are just supports for the screws. Yep. Wasn't that what all of it is? I think it would be nice for LDO to make an attachment for the pencil. I would love to see that. That is absolutely true. One of those TS100 style ends with a heat set attachment on it. That would be awesome. I might convert or use my TS100 for just that. Those things heat up really quick. This heats up pretty quick too, though. But I'm surprised someone hasn't made that. You don't need a heat set in the blind hole on a 180 build? Oh, I see. I know what you're talking about. One of these is for an electronics piece, right? Yeah. Oh well. I'll just keep putting them in. Thanks, Hackerjack. That makes sense, knowing. But I'll keep putting it in just to keep it consistent now. Whew, that's hot. This hole right here, the one that's next to the two that are close together, this blind one here, is for a hinged electronics setup, right? All of the heat sets. Last one. CAN bus. I messed up my wires with PPM cord. It's too tight somewhere in between. I stripped them, so I had to rewire, and I don't have sleeve cables because I was too impatient. I will probably use, I have some IGUS chain flex wire I'll probably use on this. Unfortunately, it's green, so I might throw a sleeve on it. That's probably the CAN wire I'm going to use for this build. I haven't used the chain flex stuff because the SB 2040s I did in the Tridex had wiring already. And they have a connector on there that I don't have spares of. I need to order some. Two more. So question, what hot end should I get for my V0.2? Well, I'm partial to the Revos. I think I'm running Revo Vorons in all my V0s. I'm running them in the Tridex, and one of the really nice things about those is they heat up and cool down so quick. So if I do anything like cool them down when they're docked, it saves a little time there. Okay, those are all in. Oop, let's go back here. You can kind of see the green. That's okay, as long as I hide it mostly. I'll put some black sleeve around it or something. I am pretty pleased with the Revo Vorons. I really want a high flow version, and I want the Obsidians to actually come out. Now, I'm fortunate enough that I was at IRF, so I have a couple of the Obsidian 0.6 nozzles, but I would like to, these guys, but I would like to have some 0.4s. Hey, John, I'm not clear on that relationship either and how that works. They did the same with the dragons. The high flows are just nozzles, right? I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure what is going to be different about the high flows. For the CAN bus, are you using a BTT board, and how are you connecting it to the ARP high? I'm still in the beginning stages of researching CAN bus. So for this whole setup, I'm using a Manta M8P, a Big Tree Tech Manta M8P with their CB1 compute module alternative. The particulars of that we'll go through when I hit the electronics. I don't have them 100% lined up yet. Okay, those. Then they want to put the motor pulley on, but I think we can get this together. M3x35s to put this all together. So let's go. We have this assembly and one of these. Here we go. So that white balance is horrible. We're done with the frame stuff. So let me transfer all this stuff up onto my gray sheet, which seems to do better for that. Don't need those. Just shift all of this up onto here, and I think we'll get a little better colors. Good, because then I can follow this by trying it later. There you go. Apparently it's time to stand. I don't know what I've been doing this whole time, but it's time to stand now. Okay, hopefully that's a little bit better. So we have this. Now I know a belt loop is gonna go in here. I'm just test fitting stuff. So that's gonna stick way out there. So I'm gonna shift that center rod back. There we go. Maybe I'll just center that on there. Lauren, if I want to use the ADXL from the CAN board to do input shaper, how do I configure the board? For what board are you talking? Is it the Mellow SB2040? I have that set up on a printer. Right now I probably couldn't explain it in chat, but, and thank you for what's Ron? I seem to, what is Ron currency? I can't remember, but thank you. Drop your wrist for a few minutes and put it by your side and it'll say congrats for standing. And Florin, thanks for the gifted memberships. What color is that yellow ABS? It's more complex the longer I stare at it. It's a sparkle lemon yellow from Sparta 3D. Romanian Lou, thank you. If you already have the EBB board set up and communicating, simply type a accelerometer query to see if you can already run. Yeah, I have it set up. I just don't know how to effectively explain it in chat and in here. Okay, so that is on, that is lined up. Let's grab a belt. You are too late, Glenn. I always do that at the 3-hour mark, and we're almost at the 4-hour mark right now. So what do we have? Gates belts. As we are looking at it, I'm going to read the belt. So that's the orientation I'm going to put this on. Flip that in there. And that goes to the inside. And then this goes on here. And then we need these 35 millimeter bolts. Gave away 1 roll of Polymaker filament. Every stream we'll be doing that, every Sunday stream. EBB 36 has ADXL2. I don't know. I know the Mellow SB2040 I've used does, but I don't know about if all the EBBs, or if you have to buy a certain one, or if it's even available. Okay, all those are lined up. That goes there. We can tighten these down. That seems to work. The EBB boards have any built-in ADXL? Nice. I need to stop looking at Steve's filament. My wife says I have too much. I'm banned from buying more. Okay, 1 module is mostly done. So let's do that 3 more times. Okay, I'm gonna cap today at 5 hours. So at most we have another hour. I ate a good breakfast, so I'm not hungry. I am thirsty though. Okay. What I did with the building this worked out for me. Oh, I didn't tighten the rest of these. I can get in here. So now I can get in, where's the flat? There we are. So those are tight. And then I'm gonna turn around and tighten the other one. What's the actual time for you? It's 11 p.m. here. It is 2 p.m. here right now. It's 3 minutes to 2. Okay. So that one is now tight and good. Now we're gonna go through and build the others, which means putting some Loctite on all these pulleys. So I'm just gonna do that. Do that now instead of after I put it together. Oops. Do not need a ton of it. Okay, one. Let's do all of these. Yeah, MIP stuff is nice. Had these for years from RC car stuff. This is Micron from a kit. It's a partial kit from LDO. So it doesn't include electronics, it doesn't include wiring, doesn't include a hot end or pi. Okay, so those 3 are done. Now I need 3 more of these. So they still have the flange on them. See ya, Samuel. Samuel. Time for bed. Tomorrow's first day at work since November. Oh boy. Have fun. Just working through it, kind of like an assembly line. Found the bits that cracked, not a big deal, just little shrouds over the M3x50 screw ends. I can glue those back. For now, why isn't the optical sensor triggering? I don't know. Stream is still going, yep. I think I got 1 more of these to do. Oh, there's the ant. Okay, bye. Sorry. Haven't seen the squirrel. Squirrel problem seems to be gone. Okay. That is those. So now we can go back and build this thing. So let's pull in the, let's just go back here. And we're gonna push these into here. And one more. Yeah, as long as you have the CB1 version 2.2 or whatever, at least it's fine. The 2.1 is the one with the Wi-Fi issues. Hi, Charlie. You know, I've got tiny grub screws here. Yes. I saw someone say on Narrow Stream that he had to color in the flag with marker pen because it was transparent and tap wouldn't work. That's definitely a problem I would see with some PET Gs. I saw that on when I was building a hypercube evolution. It uses optical end stops, and I was doing a lot of PET G stuff at the time. And even black PET G, if you shine a bright light behind it, it shines red or whatever. You don't need to be able to see what I'm doing. At least that's what Charlie thinks. I had to put shrink tube on the flag on my Hypercube Evo. Yeah, I ended up reprinting them in carbon fiber PET G, and that did the trick too. Making sure I'm not causing any problems when I tighten these down. There we go. That's one. Just go through here. It's funny how content he seems. Needy cat, yes. Needy cat is ridiculously needy. Boot beta printing commencing, awesome. Let me know how that works out, because I need to get my parts printed. I'll probably wait until closer to when I actually need it, just to make sure I get the latest revisions. Remember, something like that is really currently being developed. There will be changes. He is helping. Just making sure these are all in the right spot. That's two of them done. Where you at, Charlie? Uh-oh. I just dropped one of the grub screws. I heard it go this way, though. There it is. In the middle of the hex tray. Don't get carpal tunnel. I know! Fortunately, and this is too much pressure needed for the ES15. Otherwise, this would be a good use. Hi, Charlie. Your tail's in the way. Ever had a good burnt orange? I want a good burnt orange. That is one of my filaments I keep an eye out for. A good sparkle lime green and a good burnt orange. The Printed Solids Jesse Brad's orange. I want that in an ABS. This stuff. I want this in an ABS. It's not quite a burnt orange, but it's a nice darker orange. And yes, I know burnt orange is basically brown, but waiting for the Galaxy ABS from Polymaker we saw at Earth. Yep, I'm on the list to get some. And I talked to Nick about a green sparkle with I don't remember what the other additive we talked about that might work to get the look I'd like to see. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, but it would be cool. Hickley, welcome. I know you're working on it. I mean, super green. We need super green with a shimmer, a sparkle, almost on a pearl type. Maybe a little brighter green than super green. Oh. Hey, Ben. Safety orange is Prusament great? I like Prusament's orange. I just want something a little darker. This Brad's orange glitter from Printed Solid, I want that in an ABS. If Loyal Moses can do a collaboration with Polymaker and get his own filament, so can you. Yeah, how many, what's the subscriber count difference? I don't think I have that pool. Okay, all three of those are done. Charlie is chilling. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Sparta is coming out with Sparkle Filament, yes. Or Polymaker is coming out with Sparkle Filament. Burnt orange and ABS, whatever gets somewhat close to this. This is showing up a lot lighter on camera than it actually is. But this would be an awesome ABS orange. Okay, I'm gonna try to shift you over to your pillow again. And we can get back on building this from parts that I've scattered to the winds. Okay, let's go here. I'm just going to start on this side, and then a thick spacer, and then this. Oops, wrong one. I need one of these that I've actually Loctited. Charlie is doing cat things. Let's see if I can get away with getting the camera over there without him noticing what I'm doing. There. Okay, so that, and then a thin spacer, and then a bearing. Oh, there's a bearing on the other side. That's what I missed. That's what I missed. Now we center that on there. Yeah, that's about right. Then we need a pulley. And then this goes here, sure. It's going to go this way. And that goes there. Filament VM has some nice colors over in the EU. And 4. There, and one more. Awesome. 2 done. 2 to go. Probably right about there. And then, what was it? Thick spacer, then pulley, then thin spacer, and then bearing. Yep. Okay. And then belt where I can read it. Something like that. See you, Mr. K. Have a good rest of your weekend. I'd like to get to the point where the feet here are on the printer. That'd be cool. Then we can get some overall size. Okay, one more. About there. Oops. A little bit. Right about there. Thick spacer first, then this. I was just thinking you would probably like a cat a lot. He only weighs 6 pounds. I like big cats too. Where did my last, oh, there's my last bearing. There we go. And then last belt. So I'll put it on so that I can read it. And screws. R3D ABS dark skin might be an orange match. I'm not sure if it has available in the USA. Anything, anyway, bedtime here in Germany. See ya, Tiger. 4.5 pounds, that is a tiny cat. Charlie, I think, is around 11 pounds. At least last time he was weighed at the vet. Just came in late doing the 180 by 180 build. Yes, 180 by 180. It's a Micron Plus, what they're calling it. Your old cat was 18 pounds. Well, apparently Cheddar, which is RCF's big orange tabby, is like 30 pounds. Okay, so that is them. So now I need to go through because I didn't make sure that all of these were tight. Need to go through and tighten all the grub screws. My old Savannah Cats breeder had a F2 Savannah. So I've seen a Savannah once. There was someone at a car meet like 20 years ago here that, maybe it was 15 years ago, that had a Savannah on a leash. It was really rather cool. Those two. This one might be the one that's already tight. Yeah. Yep. This cat I ever had was 24 pounds and the body fat percentage was probably under 5%. He was ripped in a creepy way. Okay, all of those are done. Very good. Hey, Boop. We've talked about you a lot today. Okay. Z drive, and then we've got Z steppers, but I'm not going to worry about those too much yet. Now, then we can put these, so we can put these on the frame and put the steppers on after. So let me make some room. Let's bring the printer back up here. We got extrusions, we got pulleys we still need to use later. Those can go over there. Something that's kind of cool, Kyle or Hard K did a really good job of modeling in some supports so these are printed correctly and still have room. This support here, this is the one that I haven't broken off, but it breaks right off, and it's a really clean surface it leaves behind. Did a good job. A little modeled in support. You don't have to add it. It was on all of these motor mounts just the way they need to be for clearances. Don't need that, but I'll need all of these. Yeah, we've talked about the mini tap. Okay, clearing stuff out, making room to put this back on here. What is the right temp for the heat inserts for ABS? I put mine at about 450 F. Okay, this is the front. Let's see if we've got some zoom out room. Here we go. Holy moly, Charlie stuff gets everywhere, no matter what. Even if he's not near it. 230C, there you go. That's just indicated on my iron here. I'm gonna do a little better job of centering this. I'm gonna go something like that. I'll double check that later, but there we go. There goes Charlie. Okay. Imagine having 4 cats around me. Yeah. Okay, so these are gonna go something like, I think that, and that, and that, and that is about how they're going. That tongue face was supposed to be at the end of the post, but YouTube decided to delete everything before the face. Yes, so if you do any emojis at the end of something you're typing in chat, add a space after it. Do the emoji and then an extra space to fix that. So let's start lining up these screws. We're gonna need 2 over here. So those 2 go there, and that's these right like that. So now the lining it up, I can hold this here and then line these into place. So that's gonna go something like that. And then those are M3x40s. I know we're over here somewhere, M3x40s. It's a Google chat bug that's been around for a little bit now. So I'm gonna make sure that these are all lined up with the frame, and then that can be tightened down, I think. There we are. And we'll just do the same on every side. Oh, I've always done a space. I've started just doing a space after the emoji to fix it. If there are other fixes, then cool. Okay, make sure all that is lined up. Mirrored streaming? They were mirrored streaming? That's a big problem. Tabby is a cable destroyer. Our Charlie's litter mate Lola was a cable destroyer also. There we go. Tried heat set inserts with my cheap Weller 40-watt iron and it went so fast to convince. Yeah, you need some sort of temperature control on the heat set inserts. That is rather important. We're coming together. It's gonna be sitting on its own feet today. I gotta figure out where I put its feet. I don't know where I put its feet. Okay, there we are. Everything's nice and flush. So this, the latest version of this that I am set up for has these larger feet. They go on and they, yeah. And they accommodate the full size feet, the same ones we use on Trident and Ron 2. I just got to figure out where I put those. I think I've got a set over here. Yep, here they are. Same feet that we use, same guitar amplifier feet that we use on the other printers, right here. So, and we should have, might not have the fasteners for these because they might be newer than the stuff I got. Yeah, I don't think I have the fasteners for these, so I'll grab some. I have Heavy zeroed out too. I think Charlie wants in. Yep. Okay, come on in. Oh. I don't know. Oh, I do have some. I do have some M3x16s. Maybe we're solid. I need some. Oh, and some nuts. Never mind, they did include them. Hey, Maker Viking. Where you at? There you are. Welcome. Okay, so M5 nuts in these parts. Those are gonna go, oh, upside down. They're gonna go like that. So this, I think, can just go, oh, this has to go on here first. Okay. Do we have any shorter? We don't have any socket heads, or short socket heads. What are we expected to use? It does say socket heads, M3x8 socket heads. I don't know that I have any M3x8 socket heads in stainless here in the parts. We have some M3x6s. Just some self-tappers. I don't believe I have any M3x8 socket heads. Did I put them in here? No. Okay, I'll grab some from my stash. Socket head, M3x8. Don't you have to insert the nut first? I did. Maybe I did a poor job of showing, but I threw the nut in every one. But thanks for watching out because, you know, more than often I'm missing something. I probably didn't show it well on camera. So all of these will go on like this. M5, not M3. Well, I need the M3s for these accent pieces. I need M5s I found. They did include M5s. I'm not seeing any M3 socket heads in at this length in the kit, in the included fasteners. Oops, wrong one. We were missing some coffee. I am out of coffee, but that's okay. It's time to stop drinking coffee for the day. We're about to put this on its own feet. Oh, there you are, making a mess. It's 5:32 p.m. and I'm still drinking coffee. I fill the time between coffee and beer with water. Okay. I can put some feet on here. And there are some spacers here that are for the feet. I don't know how important they are. A little bit of just ream them out. I'll switch to beer when DeWitt starts streaming. You know what Steve built, aside from Cool as Heck Project, your personality is a thing that makes me come back. Awesome. Thank you. There's one. And that little spacer, I'm gonna keep using. So I'm just using a reamer here just to make sure I don't have to worry too much about getting the M5 screw in. Oops, I dropped that spacer. Am I gonna recover it? Yes, it's way over here. I knew you recognized the gradient well. Your printer printing, got mine. I figured it out, Nero 3 is a big brother that tells you how it is. Steve Builds is a cool uncle that shows you how you could cut your fingers, but really how to avoid doing that. Two. I guess we'll put the, want this to follow that circle there. We will put the motor steppers on here, I think, before we put it on its feet. Almost. See you, Lars. Have a good one. Okay, it's got feet. Got feet. We need steppers. We need steppers. Motor kit. We have got NEMA 17 steppers. We'll need all 4 of these. We have NEMA 14s for the AB steppers. And then we have a pancake stepper for the extruder. So we'll leave the rest of these in here when we pull the NEMA 17s out. Now there is an option to use NEMA 14s for the Z's as well, but you get a little more space actually within the electronics with the NEMA 17s because they're not as deep. Welcome back, Golden Jaguar. You've been hanging or just coming back? My only regret from when he went to Murph 2022 is not knowing who I was. Well, I'll be at the next one. I'm going to Rocky Mountain, I'm going to Murph, I'm going to Earth, and I'm going to Smurf. Okay, what are we at? We have enough time to get these Z-steppers on. We have enough time to get the Z-steppers on, and that'll probably be where we wind things down. So now there was some instructions further up here on the Z-steppers. And is there anything here on pulley? To continue with Z drive, attach a GT2. Do not Loctite at this point. We will determine the precise positioning of these pulleys once the motors are mounted to the printer. So Mrs. Builds will be at Smurf with me. Yes, she was going to go to Rocky Mountain with me, but we decided to save her vacation for other things. So I'll be going solo to Rocky Mountain. But she'll be the Smurf with me. That's gonna be a big vacation. Yeah, we'll get the Z-steppers on and put a couple other printers next to it and see what it looks like. Uh-oh. I got him in. I've drawn the butts. Where is Smurf? In England, at Oxford. There we go. That should get him gone. Get him gone. They heard I was solo. Hi, Charlie. Okay. Is there a list of all the RepRap firmwares with dates somewhere? I don't know. That's a good question. You fits, so you sits. Okay, what is the stepper, the wiring orientation? Do we have anything here? It doesn't really say. So let's do, I am, even though it says don't, but we're gonna be working with this in enough time. I'm gonna put the Loctite on right now. It is a box. As long as he's happy there, we're good. Did I say RepRap firmware? RepRap Festival. We are almost 5 hours in. That's my excuse. RepRap Festival. Okay, I'm just gonna throw these on. Charlie is not quite getting the attention he wants, so he's gonna move just a little closer. The progression. Oh, I see it, It's stuck to the side of my shoe. You need to build an automated Charlie Pets device. I think you should be able to find some stuff on Smurf, which is Sanjay Mortimer RepRap Festival, on the E3D side, I'm sure. One more. Pet me. I am being micromanaged. Oh, Charlie. Well, geez. My cat is scared by my printer's noises or any noise for that matter. He doesn't like the vacuum, but that's about it. Instantly settles in. What do we got here? Yep. I need a cat sling. I need him to be comfortable on his pillow. Here you go, kid. Kitty. Ah. Okay. I am going to set these up, I think, so that the wires go away. No real reason. And what direction are these going to end up sitting in the... Let's see what these look like once the motors go into place. Okay, so the open side goes towards the Z drive. So, and there is a little printed spacer that I think is intended. There's this little printed spacer here that I think it says the spacer. So I think that's intended to go on here and get us close. So let's do something like that. And we're not going to tighten these down. We're just going to touch them off. Okay. We'll just do that for all of these and get them somewhat, hopefully somewhat close. Yeah, the Smurf is all the way in. It's December 2nd and 3rd or something of this year. So it's a long ways from now. I still need to do it. I've never been out of the country. So I need to do my passport and all that stuff. Okay, I've never been out of the country, nope. So if that goes there, this is gonna go on here like that, and those get attached probably with some button heads. Smurf is like a 4-hour drive from you, awesome. I do need to do my passport now. I need to do my real ID as well. Living in California, have any of you done your real ID? I have no idea where my birth certificate is, and you need that. It says M3x10 socket heads, but later in the instructions, it looked like those look like button heads. Oh well, that's fine. Did the real ID get pushed out? Last I saw it was like May. That works. These M3x8s are the right length. So I'm gonna go here. I guess that's probably as good as it needs to be. Maybe I'll use this. Let's do. There we go. And let's do that. There we go. Should be able to request vital records from yeah, I know. I need to do that. I need to do it from a different state though, because I wasn't born here. Okay, so that's going there. If this one goes here, we can just start getting all of these bolted in. From what I've seen on the sites, it needs to be by this, if you're flying after May this year, you need it. Yeah, I was actually born in Las Vegas. I was born in Las Vegas, Nevada. My dad was in the military. Okay, so then I think I just do this 2 more times. This would be there and there. Is video broken? No, we should be good. Its reporting is good. Okay, and one more. I'm curious, I'll have to go back and look. I'm curious how far along I was on 2.4 after one stream. People don't realize that California by geographic size would be the 59th largest and 141st other countries could fit inside of California. Would be nice to see it side by side with the Prusa Mini. Yeah, for sure. Real ID's new deadline is May 7th, 2025. Well, that's nice. Okay, so we have our 4Z steppers. So let's get those out of the way. And then I think we can start figuring out how to put them in here. So let's go this one. You can't fly into the US without a passport. So if you're on a cruise in Canada and need to get back to the US, you can't fly without one. Yeah, I'll need a passport for sure before I go. Okay, so we are going to use, I think it's the same thing, in 3x8s probably on all of these. Yep, in 3x8s will work. So we need 2 of these guys over here. And they are gonna go, let's just go something like that for spacing. Maybe I put them all the way over here. Yeah, let's move them all the way over. And then I think I can just put this in here. Just get those tightened up. I don't know what the tensioning method should be. It doesn't need much tension. And I think I'm gonna have to shift those, the pulleys, but DHS website says May 7th, 2025. Woohoo, I got extra time. Okay, these 2. Rhode Island can fit inside some Walmart parking lots. That's funny. Let's throw those in here first, then do that, and do that. Make sure all of this is lined up. And just snug those down. We'll clear everything else out here in a bit. You need to put one nut between the Z drive unit and the motor for the skirt. Oh. Thank you. Thanks for that warning. Let's see. Does it say here? Before installing the Z motors, take note of the 8 preloaded nuts in the slot to which we are mounting them. 4 of these nuts will be used to mount the Z motors. The position of the remaining 4 nuts is critical to finishing the assembly. When you have the motors mounted, you want 1 nut between each motor and the Z drive, and 2 nuts in the center between the 2 motors. These 4 nuts will be used to secure the skirts later in the assembly. Thank you. That was very helpful. I missed that. So let's redo this. Let's move one of these over and get this guy in here. Now we'll put some hand tension on this. There we go. And we'll have to redo this one. There's that, and one of these. Oops, get those all out of the way. There and there, and then hand tension it. There we go. 2 done, 2 to go. And then we'll flip it over and we'll do some size comparisons and we'll call it good. So 1 over on each side, 2 for the mount, and that leaves 2 in the center. Oops, I want to put the screws on the mount first. It seems a little easier. Then we can put this in here. And then line up the now a little bit of hand tension. There we go. Maybe put it in the screw between the parts so it can't slide under the Z drive. I'll just move it if it does. I'm too late now. I'm not gonna redo that at this point. Yeah, maybe that's, there we go. It's gonna shake, rattle, and everything, but I'll follow the suggestion. You can loosen them later and push a skirt in them. Okay, 1 more. That over and that over. And then with that. There we go. Okay, Z drives are in. Let's put 2 screws into these. There's that one, and there we go. And this one. Okay. How QGL is done for that baby, a probe or manual adjustment each time? We're going to do a boop, which is a miniature tap. So let's flip this thing over. Is this the front or is this the rear? This is the rear. So whoop. This thing is just over, it's about 310 millimeters outer dimension. It is whatever 17 inches is, about 500 and something millimeters. What's 17 inches? It's about 17 inches tall. So yeah, this is nice. I like this. So let's do some comparisons. Let's do some comparisons. Here is a Micron. And let's see what we got for overhead view. Oh, wrong way. All the way out. Good. Let's see if we can, footprint-wise, 430, okay. That sounds about, that makes sense. Here is Prusa Mini. Now, a little bit of that goes back that far, and this goes up this far. So if we did set this at the front and set this at the front, they're about the same. On the front here, this is how much extra depth you need. So quite a bit extra depth needed. You need a full, probably 18 to 20 inches for the Prusa Mini. Height. Prusa Mini comes about an inch, about 30 or 40 centimeters lower than this one. Let's see, what do we have for a V0? That's a Mini. Let's see, is this thing plugged in? Nope, okay. Here is a V0. This actually compares pretty favorably to the, This build doesn't have the belt tensioners. I don't know if there are belt tensioners, I don't see them. So this actually is not that much bigger than a V0. Let's be able to move things around here. I know these comparisons aren't ideal with my cameras. All metal hot end, not good for PLA generally. I use all metal hot ends for PLA. I challenge you to put a V0 inside of that. Oh. There we go. Challenge accepted. Nope. I don't want to mess anything up, but challenge accepted. Okay, now I gotta get it out of here. Okay, last comparison. The last comparison is, still working on it, polishing it up, solid fork. You expected the V0 to be about the same size as this one? This one has an extra 60 millimeters on the bed in both directions. Here's a 120 build solid fork. Now I love the solid fork. It is a fun build, and it will, I bet you it's going to print really nice, but it is not space efficient. So they don't quite both fit on my mat here. There we go. Now I can shift things around. Yeah. Let's see. Let's give a little bit of a earth in here. Yeah. But the solid fork has the same maximum possible bed size on it, right? Not this one. This is the 120 build. This bed won't fit in here. And a solid fork pretty much, for the bigger solid fork, pretty much does max out at a 160. The Micron here has about the same build area as a Prusa Mini. It's going to use the same sheets, the same build sheets. Or right thereabouts. Where did my Prusa Mini build sheet go? Grab this one. So this is a Prusa Mini sheet. This is the Micron sheet. They both go right on there just fine. This is the 180 bed. This is the 120. I don't know how much bigger the 160 solid fork is. The Micron is more space efficient. That is for sure. We have the time to work on the solid fork soon. That's funny. I have been working on this a little bit. I actually turned it on. Very pleased that it just works on my new network. So I don't know. My previous Wi-Fi setup was an Amplify Alien, not a low-end setup, but this new Unify setup, Ubiquity Unify setup has been. I'm pleased. There's some quirks I need to work out of it. I have some DNS quirks right now, I think, but still. Yeah, Prusa Mini sheet is, I mean, that's why I was kind of pleased to have the Prusa Mini now, is have some printers to share sheets between. Do they sell the Micron 180 by 180 kit? There are. So right now it sounds like Fabrico and West 3D have the get them, but check with your local LDO distributor on if they can get them. Demand is going to dictate production, right? The solid fork does have a lot of extra travel. That is true. There's a lot of over travel, but even in the larger size, there's not enough over travel to get to a full 180. It goes to about 160. For DNS build a pie hole, maybe. Let's see, did I miss anything? What is expected to be faster, the solid fork or the Micron? That's a good question. I bet you they're pretty equivalent. What are the X dimensions, like overall dimension? Because like I said, this one was about a little over 12 inches wide. The Micron, I mean, the solid fork was probably between 11 and 12 inches. Is the size difference the same as the difference between a V2 and a Trident? No, because the V2 and a Trident have exactly the same efficiency and build volume to surface area, because they use the same gantry, basically. I think that's true, or very close to true. AdGuard Home, okay. Lots of options out there. Westguard. So for Microns, if you see a 160 kit, it's probably capable of doing 180. It's kind of hard K realizing that the 160 will fit a 180 bed. It had enough over travel. So ask questions, but I think that's the case. If you see a 160, like if you notice all of this stuff, all the stuff that I'm building here is labeled Micron 160. They're rebranding it as Micron Plus because it is a 180 build. So, "12 inches is a 160 solid fork." That's how big the overall dimensions are on it. Let's see. I mean, I'm just tossing these printers around like they're nothing, so I like that. This is just under 11 inches wide for this build. Just under 11 inches wide. The Trident actually has the Trident has more Z travel at the 250 size than the equivalent V2. It drops when you go to the other V2 sizes though, because the Trident stays consistently at 250. The Trident 300 that LDO sells has more Z travel than a 300 V2. I can't seem to find a 180 build plate. Where did yours come from? The build plate was made by LDO, but Mandela Roseworks is selling a build plate for these with the magnets in it, which is nice. And I don't know who else might be selling them, but I'd look around. There are places that are starting to carry them. How long are the linear rails for the Micron? Does it say here? Linear rail kit. They are 220 millimeters. See ya, Ian. How many vendors have Micron kits? Right now, according to Jason, when he was on air earlier, it's Fabrico and West 3D. But if you have a preferred vendor, I would contact them. Because really, the level of commitment that LDO puts into this kit is going to be based on demand. So contact your local, your preferred vendor, and ask them about it. I heard that the Micron 180 was supposed to be 160, but Hart had a brain fart with the math. Probably. Funds are right. So I'm sorry. The LDO kits, it's Fabrico and there are other kits. DFH has one, Funzor has one. There are other kits, but what I've kind of focused on the thing I'm building here. This particular partial kit are those two places, but there are other areas that have full kits. So like I said, DFH, Funzor. I don't know who else has come up with them. So why is there only 250 millimeters each Tridents except for the LDO? For in general, for the spec build, a greater than 250 millimeter Z Trident gets really tall. It's a tall printer, but it also 300 millimeter Z lead screws, which is what you need to get 250 millimeters of travel, are far more common than other sizes. But you can build it as tall as you want. That's just the spec. I mean, to varying degrees of success, depending on the extremes that you take that. But best overall Voron kit for the value. All of the kits seem to be stepping their games up. And really you have to, there's no question that's attributed to LDO. LDO stepped their game, set that bar. And it seems like a lot of the other kits are stepping their games up. So do your research, check them all out, pick the one that's right for you. So, yeah. So I believe this coming weekend, we are going to continue this build. hopefully get into the gantry at that point. After that, we may get interrupted because, like I said, I'm going to be doing a v0.1 to v0.2 upgrade. And we'll be doing that on the v0 S1 kit that I built last month. So the sequence of builds coming up. We're going to do this next weekend. We're going to continue this. Maybe the following weekend might be diverted to the v0 S1 or v0.2 upgrade. After that, we'll get into the Mercury 1.1. Good reminder, this weekend, it's unscheduled yet, but sometime this week, I'm going to do an evening stream that'll be covering the positron. So, and I should have a guest on that stream. So it's not scheduled yet, but we're planning it. And if you're paying attention to the positron stuff, that was put into the newsletter that was put out. So, yeah. What do we got? My Trident is 310Z. Yep. So you can go, I wouldn't go extreme on the Z on Trident, but you can definitely get into that 300 range. So yeah, I know the weekday streams are not ideal as far as schedule or timing. So I try to minimize them, but I don't want to interrupt the big build streams. Get a little, that is the positron. And it is in there. So we'll be covering that. Like I said, we'll be covering that this week. You can't place price over quality on these assembly. You're looking cheaper, physetic, but expect to replace parts to some degrees. Yeah. So, sorry if this has been asked, will LDL be selling a v0.2 as a kit through a vendor? I'm sure that's a very safe bet that they're going to migrate their v0 production to the v0.2 parts. I don't know the timeline, but that's should be the case. So this kit that I'm working on, the Micron that I'm working on, does not include electronics. Not to know. I want to upgrade the CW1 on my stealth burner. Should I go with the CW2 or LGX? I like the CW2. I've ran an LGX. I don't have any problems with running the CW2. So. Okay, I think that's where we're at. Charlie is sound asleep. With that, we had a lot of gifted memberships and new members today, over 100. So thank you. Thanks for everyone for being here. And we will hopefully see many of you sometime this week for that positron stream. And if not, then I'll see you next weekend, continuing the Micron build. So have a good rest of your weekend. We will chat with you next time. Bye.